Transplant immunology is a captivating blend of complexity and intrigue. At its core, it's all about the body's immune system identifying a friend from foe at a molecular level. It is a field of lifelong learning. There will always be something more to uncover, something more to learn. Through this workshop today, let us navigate into the ever-confusing and endlessly fascinating field of transplant immunology. From HLA typing to CDC to flow to solid phase assays, we got you covered. I would like to invite Dr. Shruti Tapiawala and Ms. Suchita Jogale to moderate this session. Dr. Shruti Tapiawala is a senior nephrologist and renal transplant physician, transplant immunologist at Gleneagles Hospital, director of the Advanced Transplant Diagnostics Lab, president of the Indian Society of Nephrology West Zone chapter, and the joint secretary of Women in Nephrology India and the Transplant Immunology workforce team at Indian Society of Organ Transplantation. And Ms. Suchita Jogale is the head of the technical section and quality manager at the ATDI lab, and she will help us conduct the demos.
So good evening everyone. So the pattern of the workshop today will be that we will start off with a single test which are routinely used in our daily practice for transplantation. An expert speaker will give you an insight into what is that test, how does it clinically imply in your day-to-day practice, followed by a short demonstration of the test. To show you how that test is done, Suchita is going to demonstrate with the help of a video. So every talk will be followed by a short demo which is less than 10 minutes, and then there will be an interaction for that subject. So that will be the pattern. So the first speaker of the day, Dr. Ajay Kher, he will be telling us about HLA typing and its relevance in the clinical field, as to why you should be doing and how do you interpret these.
Thank you for the invitation, and I'm not a lab person, so the actual technique and actual technicalities I will leave for the demo and the discussion afterwards, and I'll focus a little bit more on how we use the test and some of the other things which HLA typing is used for, and kind of go over a little bit. So the outline is going to be the HLA typing methods. We use it for immunological risk assessment, and in India, which is kind of specific to us, we also use it for relationship proving. And so we'll talk a little bit about what it is good for and where it is not good for. So just to kind of back up on the HLA molecule, so this is all on chromosome 6, so they're all in one line. So you have the HLA A, C, B, and then you have the DP, DQ, DR as well. Class 1 antigens are on all cells, and class 2, which is the DP, DQ, DR, are on antigen presenting cells. So B cells for our CDC and flow when we are thinking about those, but also on our other antigen presenting cells. So if you look at the polymorphism of HLA, so in the old days they used to do serology and serological testing or serological typing, and so then we used to call it HLA DR3, and at that time they had 28 different polymorphisms that they had identified for HLA A, 60 for B, and 24 for DR. So when I had originally made this talk about 10 years ago, at that point DNA typing had identified 767 different HLA-As. At present, the latest is 8,000. For HLA-B, it is 9,600 different polymorphisms, and for DR about 4,500. And so when we do HLA typing by DNA methods, we have that asterisk that comes in. So if you look at the top, HLA DRB103. So the original DR3 means that the typing has been done by serology. Whenever you put the star, that means that you've done the typing by DNA methods or molecular methods. And so that is DRB103. So what are the different kind of modern molecular methods? So you have the SSP, which is the sequence specific primers. You have the SSO, sequence specific oligonucleotides. And then you have the next gen sequencing, which can be low resolution, which use primers specific for one HLA type. Or you have high resolutions, which are using primers that are specific for different subtypes. And so then you can do DRB10401, and nowadays the next gen sequencing will give you 6 digits. So when we say 04, you're talking 2 digits, 0401, that's 4 digits, and then you have 040101, and that's 6 digits. So that's kind of the resolution that you're going to get. For us, at present, 4 digits is good enough because your single antigen bead is 4 digits. So 4 digits is good enough, but NGS will give you 6 digits on its own. So we get that when we get our reports with NGS. Okay. So how do we do HLA typing? I know ma'am's going to do a little bit of a demo. So you take your plasma, and then in the white you have the buffy coat. You take that buffy coat, you put it onto these wells, and then each well will have a specific primer in there. With that primer, it will go into your PCR machine. The PCR will amplify. Whichever primer is there, it will anneal with the DNA of its matching or complementary part. If that primer is there, then it will amplify. If there isn't that primer, nothing will amplify. And then from each well you take and you can put it in a gel. So this is the old technology, and so the reason I'm showing you that is because this is my HLA typing that I had done in 2011. And so you will see these white bands, and so these white bands are the actual positive bands that you have. So you will have different wells which are positive, and you have these size markers. So this is the size marker that is here, and so based on what size it is, the smaller the size, the faster it will run. The bigger the size, the less it will run. And so this size primer will tell you it is from this well at this size, and then you use it on a cross-sectional sheet. And you know the primer on this was put in this well, you do a cross-sectional, and then you come out with this is the final typing. So you get a final typing based on the gel bands that you've seen. And so you get a typing, and this is again low resolution because this was 2011. Now you have with SSO and SSP, you can get medium resolution or get to 4 digits for at least some parts where you can get 4 digits as well. So this is the SSO. So again, it's doing the same thing. You're taking the DNA, you're putting it with specific primers, you're putting it in plates. The plates will have enzyme because these are biotinylated ones, or will have enzyme linked to it, and then the enzyme will cause a reaction if that primer is positive. And then these plates can now be read by computers. The computers have algorithms behind it, and then they will give you an option of this is what the final typing is going to be. So this can be by primers and PCR products, and sometimes these can be biotinylated as well. So you can get these reports on Luminex platforms as well. When you do NGS, again, you have these primers products, and then there will be multiple reads that will happen. There will be crossover, and then the computer algorithms will match it to the database and then tell you what is the HLA typing that you have, and they will present you best fits. So one of the things that we have to keep in mind whenever we think about any test are what are the limitations and where are the situations in which there can be issues or problems that you can find. So if the PCR product that you got is poor, then the DNA is poor, and then the outcome is going to be poor. Occasionally you can have drop-offs. Drop-offs means you get one HLA A01, but you don't find another one. So that missed part could be one that it is A01 as well as A01, 010101. So that's that the same one is there both times. Or it could be that your PCR product for whatever reason wasn't good. So this is where you might need to talk to your lab. Are they confident that the DNA PCR was good, or do they have issues with it? Because they will assume and you will assume that it is A0101 and A0101. So these are the situations in which you want to be confident, because if you're missing something, you may want to repeat it and get another DNA samples to them. But if they're confident that the DNA product is good and that this is just the A01010101, then you're good. So there are situations in this where you would want to touch base with them. Another one is, especially if you're doing SSO or SSP, sometimes they may have two options. So let's say A0101, or it could be A0104. And so they have both of those as possibilities. They will look at it based on their probabilities and they will put one of them in. But if you're using it for relationship proving, or you're looking at it from donor specific antibody standpoint, it matters to you if it is 30% or 70%. In the patient, it is 100%, one or the other. So if it is 01/04, you would want to talk to the lab and say, in that situation, give us both or give us XX. So we know that we need to think about from that angle that what is it in terms of your cross-match possibilities as well as your single antigen bead results. If they have any kind of situation in which they are not confident and they have two probabilities. So these are also things that can happen in HLA typing, especially if you're doing SSO, SSP, but there is no reason why it can't happen with NGS also, though it's likely less likely with these kind of situations. So then once you have the typing, what are the probabilities in terms of haplomatching? So if you have a kid, you should be one haplomatched with your child. If you are a parent, you'll be one haplomatched with your parent. If you're a sibling, you will have three possibilities. You can be zero matched, which is 25% probability. You can be both, which is complete haplo-identical, which would be 25%, and one, which would be 50%. So these are again, when you are talking to families and you're doing it for testing, parents and siblings, you know, you do the HLA typing, you should have a report. But in siblings, there'll be 25% times where they'll come out as not matched. And so if you haven't talked to them before, they'll say, he is my brother. How is he not coming as a match? But this is DNA. And then in that case, you can do Y chromosome or DNA fingerprinting to kind of confirm that they are actually related to each other. Okay, so another key concept that is there is HLA match and HLA mismatch. So when we talk about it, majority of the time, HLA match and HLA mismatch are actually the same thing in terms of how we look at it. But in certain situations, match and mismatch will be different. So let's go over it a little. So again, I'm using low resolution typing, but we'll go into high resolution and the thought process is the same. So let's say this is the donor, A1, A11, B8, B15, DR4 and X, which we are going to assume is DR4, DR4. This is the recipient, A1, A11, B8, B37, DR4 and DR15. So when we are looking at it in terms of match, you can see that B15 and DR4 are not matching there. The question is, when we look at mismatches, we are looking at what can the recipient make antibodies against? What can he cause rejection against? And when we are looking at that, because this is DR4 and the recipient himself has DR4, he's not going to make antibodies against DR4. So the antibodies that he can make are only against B15. So it is a 1/6 mismatch, even though the matching is only 4/6. So here is where the difference will happen is if you have a DR4, DR4 kind of a situation where it is homozygous at that allele. Now if we switch it and we make the donor the recipient and the recipient the donor, in this situation now you're going to get 2/6 mismatch and 4/6 match because the recipient can make antibodies against DR15. While in the reverse case, the recipient wasn't going to make antibodies against DR4 because that's a self antigen. So this is going to be a 2/6 mismatch and 4/6 match, whereas in the reverse, it is 1/6 mismatch. So again, it's important when we are talking about applet matching or we're mismatching or any of these kind of situations, these kind of things will also count in that. However, you have to be sure that the homozygosity that we are talking about, DR4, is actually real and not due to a drop-off. So now you can do the same thing for high resolution typing also. So we've just converted the same person into high resolution. And so if you're doing it low resolution and you just take the first two digits, it will be a 1/6 mismatch. If you do high resolution, now it's a 3/6 because you're also adding additional alleles. So this A01, if it was low resolution, you would have said this is a match. But it's now mismatch because you have A0102 versus A0101. And the same thing is for 04 because now it's 0402 versus just 0401. So your mismatches have now increased because you now have high resolution typing as well. So now how do we look at immunological risk once you have the typing? And the key is, even if the HLA typing is mismatched, does the person have antibodies against the donor? And that is going to be the key thing. And I know we're going to be doing more things in it. So I'll just quickly go over it. You will have a single antigen bead report. On the single antigen bead report, you will take the HLA typing and you will cross check whether any of the HLA antibodies that this person has are actually against the donor antigens. And so let's look at this. So this is the HLA typing report from a lab, and you have multiple antibodies. So 2902, 2301, 2901, 2403, and you have titers which are all the way from 5,000, 1,000 to 10, 15,000. And here you have the donor typing. So the donor typing includes A6801, and so that is here at a MFI value of 1700. And so this is the donor specific antibodies. All the other antibodies are anti-HLA antibodies. So again, when we talk about things, we have to be very clear what terminology we use for what test. So this test is single antigen bead. Don't call it a DSA that I ordered a DSA. It is a single antigen bead test. Second, if it is positive, you have anti-HLA antibodies. Only if you have checked it against the donor typing and there is an antibody against the donor, do you say that this is donor specific antibody. So because when we talk to each other and discuss cases, many times we use some of these terminologies interchangeably and we then get different answers or unexpected answers from the doctor you're talking to because we are using the terminology wrong. So what I would say is this is anti-HLA antibodies and the donor specific antibodies only against 6801 and this one B1801 which is at 2400. If you look at other things, it is important to look at what other antibodies are there and whether that typing has been done or not. So this is DRB5. So there are DRB antigens, DRB3, 4 and 5. We have C, DQ and DP. So if you're only doing ABDR typing and in your antibody report you get C antibodies or DQ antibodies or DP antibodies, you will need that typing to be able to say whether they are donor specific or not. So if you're only doing ABDR, you're going to be in lacuna, not just at the time of transplant, but also for the rest of the transplant. So even if you've done a transplant today and 10 years from now, if you have NGS typing and you have A, B, C, DR, DQ, DP, even 10 years from now, the donor may be dead, but you have that typing to guide you on any antibodies that happen. So which is why it is very important at this point where I would say everyone should get NGS. NGS is cheap. It is cheaper than doing SSO or SSP typing, and it will give you A, B, C, DR, DQ, DP in one go. Not just for the time of the transplant, but for the rest of the transplant, rest of the life of the transplant and the life of the patient as well. Even if they're going for a second transplant, it is important to know which of the antibodies are against the first transplant, which of the antibodies are against the second transplant. So even then it will be important for you to have that information. And so again, do CDQ DP typing. Last couple of slides about relationship proving. So this is a quick case. 30-year-old man came from Nigeria with his brother to undergo a transplant. The workup was normal, underwent cross-match, HLA typing, and this is in 2015, so we only did low resolution typing at that time. And we did ABDR. And then what we found is A and B had one match at 2 and 2, 42 and 42, but DR had no match. So what's going on? So we did C, DQ, DP, and again that was not, but the Y chromosome proved the relationship. So there is something called crossover that can happen, recombination that can happen. And because of the distance, if you look at A and B, the crossover rate between here is between about 7 per 1,000. And between B and DR is about 5 per 1,000. In India, we do about 8 to 10,000 transplants every year. If we do HLA typing and they're all parents, siblings, those kind of relationships, we will find 5 or 8 of them in which crossover would have happened, and then proving relationship can be difficult if you're doing it that way. So that is something that you have to keep in mind also, especially in sibling kind of situations. Another case, a recipient and his brother came to our donor and were found to be a 3/6 match. But when our coordinator was talking to them, he felt that the recipient and donor's father wouldn't let the donor talk at all. And so that started raising red flags. So they came back to the nephrologist. And the nephrologist went into some more history in terms of their educational status, and turned out that the donor's education status was very low, recipients was quite high. So we did typing of the parents as well, and turns out they were not related. The donor and the parents were not related, but the recipient was. And so how is this happening? So you have 2, 26, 2 and dash, 7, 40, 40 dash, 11, 15, 115. So this is again 2015, so we were doing low res typing. And so this is an accidental 3 by 6. This is not a haplotype 3 by 6. And when you do the mother and father, you realize that this is just accidental. So someone typed people to us as 3 by 6. But once we got into the parents, we realized that this was not the case. And so we cancelled the transplant. Another key thing is you can have haplotypes. So HLA is not meant for DNA proofing or relationship proving. This is the US bone marrow data. And if you look at the most common haplotypes, 2.8% of them have the same haplotype, which is how bone marrow transplants happen. Right? So in a bone marrow transplant or a matched unrelated bone marrow transplant, you're looking for someone who's a 12 by 12 match to you at high resolution. And across the world, you will find someone like that if you have enough of a database. So they have typed 185,000 people who are of Indian origin. So this is database of only South Asian Indians in America registry. And out of those, a whole haplotype A3303, B4403, C0701, DRB0701 and DQB0201. That whole haplotype is in 2.8% of Indians that were typed. So if I just randomly take 100 people and do this, 2.8% of them will have this. So when we use HLA typing as proof of relationship, we have to be aware that random people will also have matching. So we need to be aware of that. Okay, so now I'll summarize. HLA typing is critical for immunological risk evaluation at time of transplant and also for risk assessment for the duration of the transplant. Please do high resolution NGS for all, including cadaver transplants at the time of transplant. It is completely cost effective, not just for your transplant, but for all the other transplants that are going on from that cadaver also. So please ensure or push your Noto, Soto, Roto to ensure high resolution typing at the time of cadaver transplant. You don't have it, you will have nothing for the rest of the transplant to guide any antibody detection, any antibody rejection or SAB analysis ever. Be aware of your limitations of the lab and the test that you're doing and feel free to call and talk to them. They are very helpful people. There are a few of them around. Talk to them and discuss your clinical scenario with them to go over wherever there are discrepancies or things, and be aware of limitations of using HLA for relationship proving because it's not built for it. DNA fingerprinting is what the actual test should be. Thank you, and I'll take questions after the demo probably. Yeah.
You may want to sit there only. Play the video. Go. He's playing. So she'll explain the method of HLA typing by the Luminex, which is SSOP.
So first we'll extract the DNA from peripheral blood sample. So we'll see the DNA extraction procedure first. We need a 3 to 4 ml of EDTA blood sample for DNA extraction. The DNA extraction is done with the help of kit. We'll take the solution 1, that is a buffer, red cell lysis buffer. This is a EDTA blood sample. We'll take the whole blood. 600 microliter of whole blood is mixed with the red cell lysis buffer. It is mixed properly by vortexing. And the centrifugation is done at 13,000 rpm for 2 minutes. So after completion of centrifugation, the supernatant, what is the lysed red cells are discarded, and again it is washed with the red cell lysis buffer with 1 ml of solution. Mixing and then centrifugation. The supernatant is discarded. We have to add 240 microliter of distilled water, and the solution number 2, which is given in the kit, that is 120 microliter is added. Then vortexing. And solution number 3 is added to the mixture. Vortexing, and then again the centrifugation is done at 13,000 rpm for 5 minutes. Now we require the supernatant, so we will separate the supernatant in new separate tube, and the original tube we can discard. Again we have to add solution 3, vortexing, and the centrifugation step is again repeated. The supernatant is separated in again a new tube. To precipitate the DNA, we have to add absolute alcohol to the separated mixture. After mixing, gentle mixing will get the DNA precipitate in the solution. Again it is centrifuged at 13,000 for 1 minute. The DNA is settled at the bottom. We have to discard the alcohol. Then we have to dehydrate the DNA by using 70% of alcohol. That is a washing step. After this washing, we have to dry the DNA. And then after drying, we have to dissolve the DNA in 100 microliter of distilled water. We will check the concentration of DNA and the purity of the DNA, for which the nanodrop is used, that is a spectrophotometer. So to just put the drop of the DNA solution onto the cuvette. We'll put the cuvette in the machine, and it will read the concentration and the purity of the DNA. So we have got around 343 nanogram per microliter of DNA. So next step is the amplification of that DNA. So this is a master mix which comes with the kit. This is for HLA-A locus. So we take master mix, 15 microliter of master mix, sorry 6 microliter of master mix, 0.2 microliter of DNA tag, and 8.8 microliter of distilled water. This is tag polymerase. This master mix is added in the 0.2 ml of PCR tubes, and then the particular DNA is added to it. 5 microliter of DNA sample is added. Then these tubes are amplified by using thermal cycler. This is a thermal cycler. It is there are programmed thermal cyclers. So it takes around 1.5 hours of time to amplify the product. After amplification, the hybridization has to be done. So these are the beads which are coated with specific allele specific probes. So we are taking 15 microliter of beads, and the 5 microliter of amplified product is mixed into it. It is covered with foil, and then again we have to put it into the thermal cycler for hybridization. So hybridization takes about 20 minutes. So after hybridization, we have to add SAP buffer. The SAP buffer is added to the hybridized product. Now this is a Luminix machine. The Luminix machine is kept put it on, and then we have to do the daily maintenance. Daily maintenance is this: we have to do the startup of the machine. Now we have to prepare the batch, as means at what position we are going to run which locus. And as per locus, we have to select the lot number of the kit. So we are selecting the particular whale. We are adding the name to the whale. We'll keep the hybridized sample, and we'll run the batch. So these beads are acquired now, and there is a CSV files will be generated. This CSV file is now we have to transport to the analyzing software. So this is a CSV file. Now it is exported into the analyzing software, and the analyzing software, depending upon the positivity of probes, it will analyze and assign the alleles to that particular DNA sample.
The way an HLA typing is done, this was only one locus. So side by side you are doing all the loci. So in case of a cadaver transplant where you need a virtual cross match in the middle of the night, this is the shortest way to get an HLA typing, because with all the counting it will take 5 to 6 hours for you to get A, B, C, D, R, D, P, D, Q. We can store this DNA for as long as you want, so that later on, if you have some other technology with which you want HLA, maybe it is more refined later after 20 years, we don't know, that DNA can still be used. So that was about the method of SSOP typing. Now you can come out with any questions.
Dr. Kher, this 6-digit typing, the first 2 digits are for the family of that, of the antigen. Yes.
First 2 digits would be the antigen. The next are all the allele.
Okay, epitopes and epaulets.
epilepts and epitopes are very different. This is antigen and allele. Epitopes and epilepts are, so I unfortunately haven't brought my diagram here or my laptop here. So let's say we are talking about class 1 molecules. So you will
Say
have,
A29.
so take any number.
Yeah.
All the HLA class 1 antigens have the alpha 1, alpha 2, alpha 3 and then a beta 2 microglobulin, right? The epitope or the eplet against which the antibody is attacking can be at alpha 1 chain, it can be at alpha 2, it can be at alpha 3. The polymorphism that is there that defines an A29 versus an A28 may be only a very small difference, maybe it might be at the antigen binding site, which may be between alpha 2 and alpha 3. So the antibody that is recognizing, let's say an A28, could be attacking the alpha 1 chain, and that alpha 1 chain can be common between many HLA antigens. So it can be common between, let's say, A28, A23, A24. And so the epitope that this antibody is recognizing may be something that is on alpha 1, and it is common between A28, A29, A23, for example. And so then that antibody will recognize all three of them, even though they are supposedly different, because the polymorphism that is identifying that these are different antigens or alleles may be a different area versus where the antibody is binding.
So my question is, in the virtual cross match, when you are doing single antigen bead and matching it with the donor HLA, you are not reacting in reality,
No.
isn't it?
In a virtual cross match, we are not.
It's not real. So the flow cross match is negative, for example, and the say A29 family is positive, I mean 2-digit positive, but the second 4-digit is not coming. I mean donor HLA and the virtual cross match 4-digit, 6-digit is not matching.
नहीं ऐसा नहीं हो सकता sir. So again, either you've done 2-digit typing or you've done 4-digit typing. If you've done 4-digit typing, then you will have 2901 or 2902 or something there.
So there are
If you've not done 4-digit typing and you've only done 2-digit typing, you will need to now assume that 29 is whichever 29 is available on the single antigen bead. If the single antigen bead shows that there is a 2901 antibody, you will have to assume that that 2901 antibody is an antibody against your donor. If you have 290, if you've done typing and your 2902 is the typing that you have, and the single antigen bead shows that there is a 2901 antibody, but there is no 2902 antibody, then you can say it is not against the donor. But if you've not done that high resolution typing, you have no information. In which case you will have to assume that the 29 is an actual donor specific antibody, which is why you should do high resolution typing and not do low resolution typing in this day.
So 4-digit is not high resolution?
4-digit is high resolution.
That's what.
You are saying you have only 29.
No. I am unable to explain the report which one of our patients has. The problem, we have not done the transplant as yet. Yeah. That patient is there. The virtual cross-match single antigen bead is positive. The TNB flow are negative. CDC is negative.
So single antigen bead is more sensitive, less specific. Flow cross-match is more sensitive than a CDC cross match, less specific than a CDC cross match. So these are on a scale. CDC cross match is the most specific for hyperacute antibody rejection.
Right.
But it is the least sensitive
right.
for antibodies, anti-HLA antibodies.
Right.
The next one is flow cross match. The next below that is single antigen bead. The single antigen bead is currently the most sensitive test for detecting antibodies, but it is least specific for predicting hyperacute rejection. So what you have right now is someone who is virtual cross-match positive, flow cross-match negative.
Right.
When you do the transplant, you are probably not going to have hyperacute rejection, but you are likely to have antibody rejection at either day 7 or have high risk for chronic antibody rejections over the life of this transplant. Whether you want to do the transplant or not do the transplant is a very different discussion, and that is a personalized decision for the patient, the doctor and the hospital team. And I'm sure we will get into it when we talk about single antigen bead and other things towards the later part of the program today as well.
So Ajay, just as we are doing single antigen bead assay to see if the recipient is sensitized in terms of antibodies or humoral response,
Yes.
we don't do any sensitization assay to look for cellular response.
So again, very good question, and I think it is a very big take-home point for everyone. The only thing we are doing with all this immunological workup that you're going to hear today is try to predict antibody-mediated rejection. None of these tests will do shit to tell you whether you're going to have a cellular rejection or not. So all of this is for antibody rejection. If you look at what Terasaki did in 50 years ago, he had 15% sensitized people. So 50 years ago, he looked at sensitization, just general sensitization. All the transplant people, he did retrospective analysis, sensitized people were 15%.
So this,
So I'm coming to his part. At present also, if you look at sensitization across your transplants, you are going to have 15 to 20% of your patients who are sensitized. 75 to 80% will not be sensitized. In those transplants, if you knew beforehand that these are your 75, 85%, you do the transplant ahead of time, don't do anything. You will not have AMR. All of this testing is to figure out who those 15% are who are sensitized and what is the level of sensitization and level of immunological risk in that pair. For those remaining 75%, you can close your eyes and do the transplant. So for example, there are programs, they will do a single antigen bead for their cadaver list. If there is no antibody, they will do the transplant, not do any testing at the time of cadaver transplant, because they know this patient is not sensitized. No test is required because they are not sensitized. So again, the point is, all of this testing we are doing is to identify the 15% who are sensitized and figure out what is their immunological risk against the specific donor that is there for them. And it is to prevent and identify hyperacute and acute rejections. It doesn't do anything for cellular rejection.
yeah, the remaining patients,
The
one of
75% who are not sensitized.
one of the immunology conferences I heard, they're doing ELISpots and fluorospots for
So
understanding.
again, those are tests that are not great.
Practice now.
Not great, because if you look at people who use them, these were used by programs that were doing the
Mixed lymphocyte cultures.
No, wo sab to hai. But they were trying to do transplant programs where they do 2 haplo-matched bone marrow transplants and do kidney transplants and then take them off all immunosuppression. Right? So these were tolerance. Yeah.
Protocols.
My brain was missing the word tolerance. So they were doing tolerance studies. So if you look at MGH, so MGH program and Dr. Kawai did that. They did bone marrow transplants and kidney transplants in 2 haplo-matched. So again, 2 haplo-matched means there is no anti-HLA antibody at all. And then afterwards they would take them off. And before that they would do ELISpots and stuff. While they were taking them off, they had ELISpots which were negative, they had immunofluorescence which was negative, they took them off immunosuppression, they had antibody-mediated rejections
So-
in a 2 haplo-matched transplant.
I agree.
So those
his
are not
question,
great
his
tests.
question can be answered by those ELISpots and fluorospots.
I don't think so.
Cell,
I don't think so.
cell sensitization.
I don't think they will tell. I don't think they do. And again, those ELISpots, those were negative, they still had rejections.
Cell-free DNA can still predict it, whether it is there or not.
It is telling you that the damage is already happening. Whether it is an antibody rejection, whether it is a cellular rejection, whether it is BK nephropathy, whether it is UTI, the cell-free DNA doesn't tell you what is causing the DNA damage. It will tell you that there is some DNA damage that is happening, which is causing more DNA to be released. What is the mechanism of it? Now you have to apply brain power and testing to figure out what is the reason why there is DNA damage from that cell-free DNA. We assume majority of them have some kind of rejection, but that is something that you will have to individualize and identify when you do cell-free DNA.
Cell-free DNA
Some-
it is more about negative predictive value.
Yes.
It has a negative predictive value. If it is,
If you're doing it
No, no, see, the
repeatedly
question-
and sequentially.
Hey, Dr.
If you're doing it repeatedly and
Bharat Shah
sequentially.
was asking is whether somebody is sensitized and has got memory T cells. I mean, cell memory,
So-
which will come up in later,
So right now,
just like we have DSAs for antibodies.
we don't have anything that tells us for cellular rejection. We have no test for that.
That's what
I know.
Memory is
Memory B cells, yes.
It will be
Memory B cells.
Memory cells will give you antibodies.
Yeah, but then they can build cell-mediated response also with
So,
memory.
no, the concept is memory T cells.
Mem-
Right.
There are Tregs and there are memory T cells, there is all of that, but at present we don't have any system or systematic way of assessing it.
Detect it.
Yes.
Yeah,
So it's a blind spot for us.
yes.
Yes.
So,
Currently, yes.
yeah, currently it's a blind spot for us.
Yes.
So,
We currently all our testing is, and all the thing that you're hearing today, all the amount of effort we are hearing about today is all about antibody mediated rejection, and the goal is hyperacute rejection, acute rejection at 1 month, and acute rejection and chronic AMR over the long term transplant track or long term transplant outcome. I think we will move forward.
Thank you, sir, for that insightful talk on HLA typing. Moving on to the next topic, comprehensive CDC cross-match. Dr. Shruti Tapiawala will now brief us on complement-dependent cytotoxicity cross-match.
So, good afternoon, everyone. Good evening, actually. First session was on HLA. Now we gradually are going towards cross-matching. So, we will first do CDC cross-match. This will be followed by the flow cross-match. So, I will spend some time just telling you about the CDC cross-match, where in the demo will then tell you how we see the cells and what is the scoring system. So like Dr. Ajay was also saying, Dr. Terasaki spent a lot of time to find out about the sensitization. 1952, first transplant. After that, the scientists, the surgeons, they were all baffled with the presence of antibodies which were causing rejections in the kidney. So right in 1954, this major problem was realized. And they realized that the part played by humoral antibodies in the homograft rejection was uncertain, and it was impossible to demonstrate circulating antibodies. This was in 1964. Then came Dr. Paul Terasaki, who innovated the cross-match. So Dr. Patel and Dr. Terasaki did an elegant study wherein what they tried to do was that they tried to do a mini transplant in the lab, because they wanted to know who is going to reject and who is not going to reject on table, because that was a major problem terrorizing them at that point of time. So the donor cells were incubated with the recipient serum, and they were waiting to see whether the cells will be killed. So this is a test which seeks to clinically identify any donor-specific toxins or antibodies, you can say, mediated responses in the recipient. If the donor-specific antibody was present, it was supposed to bind to the antigens on the cell surface, it will activate the complement, and it will cause lysis of the surface of the cell. Once the lysis happens, obviously there is a hole punched in the cell membrane, and then a vital dye was inserted. That dye would be taken up by the cell, and the cell would appear as dye as an orange cell under the microscope. Cross-matching was developed in attempt to identify the recipients and to prevent the hyperacute rejections, because organs are precious, and the moment you get a blue kidney, you realize that this is lost. This can occur immediately after reperfusion. When I was a student, I have seen hyperacute rejections. The generation of students today may not have actually seen any hyperacute or blue kidneys, but it is a horrifying vision. Clearly, we want to avoid it. Now, after 1969, in 1971, Dr. Terasaki's group itself presented a paper wherein they thought that there were some toxins circulating in the body, wherein the lifespan or the longevity of the allograft was reducing, more so in the second transplant because they had more toxins for whatever reason. This was the landmark paper of 1969, where they found that if you have a positive cross-match, you had an 80% chance of rejecting an immediate graft loss. Prospective cross-match, if positive, transplant was not allowed after this landmark paper. Some antibodies, not anti-HLA, were directed against the donor lymphocytes but were not clinically relevant. Now this sentence is also important, because if you see 100 patients, if they had a cross-match positive, only 80 would reject. Why did the 20 not reject despite having a positive cross-match? Negative cross-match, 8 still rejected. So this test was good, but it was still not perfect. Still it stuck with us and it still is with us. This is an actual CDC cross match from under the microscope, where I have picked up this picture because more than 50% of cells which you see have taken up the dye. So the orange cells, is the laser seen?
Take the green one.
Okay, arrow ही कर रही हूँ. So see this is a dead cell, and the pearly white cells which are bright, they are not dead. They look refringent, if you can say, and these are the dead cells which have taken up the vital dye. So this is a mini transplant in the lab where you are simply seeing whether the recipient serum is able to kill the donor lymphocytes. And based on this percentage of death, percentage of cells which are dead, you do a scoring system. If you have 0 to 10% dead cells, then your score is 1. 11 to 20 is told to be doubtful negative. We never give such reports because what is a clinician supposed to do? But we are supposed to understand if prima facie you got dead cells and hence many dead cells are seen. Weak positive, that means between 21 to 50% of cells are dead, score becomes 4. Positive, 51 to 80, score is 6, and 8 means it is strongly positive. Now we always put a positive control, which in the demo it will be shown. It has to be strongly positive, and that is compared to all the wells to understand whether it is positive or negative. Similarly, a negative cell, negative control cell is compared to all the cells to understand if that is negative or positive. Now we saw the HLA typing, but we need to understand the distribution of the antigens. So class 1 molecules A, B and C are expressed on all nucleated cells. Class 2 DRDP, DQ are expressed on antigen presenting cells like dendritic cells, macrophages and B cells. Both 1 and 2 are expressed by vascular endothelial cells. Most of the rejection responses are thought to be because of the differences between the donor and the recipient in the HLA, and hence the HLA typing is very important, because what antigenic difference the recipient is going to see with that donor is important in causing the risk of rejection. Non-HLA antigens may generate rejection responses, but in general it is thought to be less. So a complete cross match, because if you see this class 1 and class 2, we need to analyze all these molecules. So we will have to look at both the type of cells, T cells and B cells. So a complete cross match test should have T cell and B cell. It should have an auto cross match as well. Auto means you are doing a transplant, you are doing a cross match of the recipient cell with the recipient serum. So you want to see if there is an auto-reactivity of a patient with his or her own cells. It can happen in lupus. It can happen with some diseases where they have autoantibodies. You need an addition of DTT. I will explain in the next few slides. You should do a cross match with the current sera and the historic sera, because in the current sera you may see a snapshot of what is there today. But if you have a sera from before, you will see a snapshot of that time. So if in the historic sera you get a cross match which is positive, and in the today's serum you get a cross match which is negative, the interpretation would be that this patient had antibodies against this donor in the past, but over time it has gone into the memory, and once this kidney goes in, the memory can be evoked. So this is the historic cross match. You can do titering of the cross match and dilution of the cross matches. I will show you that, and the AAG enhancement. So now the T cells and B cells, as we saw, these are important. T cells do not constitutively express class 2. So the result of a T cell cross match generally will reflect antibodies to class 1 only. B cells on the other hand will have both class 1 and class 2. So they will reflect a class 1 and class 2 representation. Hence, if a T cell and a B cell cross match are both positive, which means that you have class 1 and class 2 DSAs against this donor. A negative T cell cross match in the setting of a positive B cell cross match means that either there is an antibody to class 2 which is stronger and class 1 which is weak. There is a low level DSA to class 1, or there is no class 1 HLA and only class 2. So we have to differentiate based on which cell comes positive. When class 1 complement fixing HLA DSAs are present at significant level, one would expect both T cell and B cell to be positive. Relevance of B cell in the past, people would say that B cell cross match is not really important, so a total lymphocyte cross match would be done. Even in flow cross matches, only T cell cross matches would be done, but no, it is an important thing to do a B cell cross match. B cells are very vulnerable and delicate cells. Hence, it is difficult to isolate them and do the cross match with them. But once we get it, it is a mine of knowledge. So, paired with the information of whether there are DSAs in the circulation with a positive or a negative cross match, you can take clinical decisions. So, based on the T cell and B cell, like I told you, you will have to differentiate. So, if you have a T cell negative and a B cell negative cross match, that means you have no donor specific antibodies to class 1 or class 2, or the antibody titers are so low that they are not evoking a response in that system. They may be non-complement fixing and hence they are not invoking a reaction. If your T cell and a B cell is positive, simple, you have class 1 and class 2 HLA antibodies to a single specific antigen or a multi-specific antigen. Multiple antigens and DSAs may be present. If you have a T cell negative and a B cell positive, then you have DSAs against class 1 and 2 or 2 plus minus 1. If you have a T positive but a B negative, repeat the test. There is an error. Because B is supposed to have class 1, class 2 both. If the T is coming positive, B better come positive. Otherwise, the test is null and void. Now, let's look at this case. The HLA typing, recipient and donor. CDC cross match, T cell is positive, B cell is positive. In light of these, it is said that it is not safe to proceed because both the cross matches T cell, B cell are positive. But clarification of steps are required because just taking it on a face value that the cross match is positive, do not go ahead for transplant is not correct, because we need to understand why this cross match is positive. Always when you get a positive cross match report, question why. Is there an antibody causing the cross match to be positive, or is there anything else which is causing a false positive report? So, there can be presence of autoantibodies which can cause both of these to be positive. They are generally IgM rather than IgG. To establish if they are autoantibodies, you can add DTT, which is an IgM dissolving enzyme. In this assay, the recipient is cross-matched against the self lymphocytes. If that cross match is positive and DTT is added, then the IgM is dissolved and it becomes negative. This inactivates the IgM by removing the autoreactive antibodies. So, every cross match where you find a discrepancy, say there is a both positivity seen, a DTT should be added. So, there should be an additional well where DTT is added rather than repeating the whole cross match if it is positive. So, you analyze this case which we saw. Once DTT was added, all the cross matches turned negative. Interestingly, the cross match remained positive when buffer solution was used with the cross match. So, in one well you put a DTT which is going to dissolve the IgM bonds, and in one well you put just a buffer saline. With buffer saline, the cross match remained positive. With the DTT, the IgM was dissolved and the cross match was made negative. Now, what about peak and current? Peak and current means historic and a current serum. So, there is a concept internationally that you preserve a sample which has the maximum HLA antibodies, because that is a serum at that point of time where the patient had, say, 10 HLA antibodies or 5 HLA antibodies or 20 HLA antibodies. Peak is the serum where you have the maximum antibodies. You do a cross match with that whenever he or she receives a call for a deceased donor transplant or a living transplant. If it comes positive with that, you have a higher risk of a memory response. So, when you do a cross match, you need a T cell, you need a B cell, you need a DTT treatment to be done. If either of these are coming positive, you have to do an auto cross match and an allo cross match, so that you distinguish auto antibodies and allo antibodies, because allo antibodies will react with the donor cells. And you should try to do cross matches with the past serum if you know that the patient is sensitized, to understand if they were complement activating high level DSAs. Now, what about titering? So suppose it's similar to an ABO incompatible transplant, that you have a titer of 1 in 256 and you want to bring it down to 1 in 4 and then transplant. Similarly, in the past, where the cross match was positive, in a neat serum, say the serum is added to the cells and the cross match is positive, then you go diluting 1 in 2, 1 in 4, 1 in 8, 1 in 16, and you wait for the cross match to turn negative. Where it turns negative, that is the titration where you will end up desensitizing and doing a transplant. So that is the meaning of titering. Next is dilutions. This is an important phenomenon, because suppose you have antibodies which are say 20,000, 30,000 MFI and still you get a cross match positive, cross match negative. You will question that the MFI is so high and still the cross match is negative. How is it possible? It is the prozone phenomenon, because you have multiple antibodies which are trying to engage on the cell surface, and in the competition no one is able to engage and the cross match comes negative. When you keep diluting the serum, the antibodies get space to go and engage and cause a reaction, and the cross match turns positive. So in neat it may come negative, in 1 in 2 it may come negative, but in 1 in 8 and 1 in 16 it turns beautifully positive. So when you have very high level of DSAs, also the CDC might come negative. Now there are ways to enhance the cross matches by increasing the incubation periods, by doing a heat incubation, by adding AHG. All these methodologies are available to increase the sensitivity, because the cutoff of MFIs where a CDC turns negative is 15,000 and below. So AHG is an added human globulin arm which is added to the reaction, wherein the antibodies get more arms to engage, and if the cross match was positive without AHG enhancement, it turns positive. So if you actually see the table here, NIH CDC, which is non-AHG enhanced, is positive only till 1 in 2. But when you add AHG, till 1 in 16 dilutions, the CDC will turn positive. And CDC, as we know, is a critical step for us all to do transplant. So a positive CDC cross match, is it always a contraindication? We have been taught so. So let us look at this. 15,000 deceased donor consecutive cross match trays were evaluated. 3,800 were such positive cross matches where there was no reason why they should come positive. So they were evaluated further. Out of these, PRA was 0 in 357 patients. So if you try to see this group, we didn't know why the cross match came positive if there were no HLA antibodies. So then these were unexpected positive. Why? Explain the false positive. So the reasons were that in the middle of the night, 5 to 10% doubtful positive, which I showed you the scoring system, was given positive by the technical staff. 272, that means 76% at very high background, means that the donor cells which were received in the laboratory were of a poor quality. They were already dead when they came, and they were counted as a positive cross match. So you have to look at the baseline, how many were dead, and then you try to see how many die after the reaction. There were 17% which had a positive cell-based PRA, which was a very old method, and solid phase was negative. So that means the sensitive assays were showing that there were no HLA antibodies, but there were HLA antibodies which are not relevant to transplant. And 96% had an adjacent high well. So sometimes the pipettes may be dipping into the wells and causing cross-contamination and giving it. And one was a data entry. So this was an eye-opener that, CDC cross-matches sometimes can be false positive due to multiple reasons. So always when you get a positive cross-match, question, why is this positive? Don't just take it on face value. So this is a typical case where you have worked up a patient and seemingly a low risk haplotype match going for a transplant. Within 48 hours you have to take back to the OT and there is a hyperacute rejection. This happens many of a time, or an accelerated rejections. This happens when you have a false negative CDC cross match. So you have a negative cross match, but you have circulating donor specific antibodies. It can happen when you have very low titers of HLA antibodies which are in the circulation, but they are not able to cause a positive cross match, because CDC is a sensitive test, but there are much more sensitive tests available beyond that. So we will have to think of tying those together. When the antibody is of a type where the complement is not activated, so some rare situations this may happen. And sometimes there are some antibodies which are expressed on the cell surface or antigens expressed on the cell surface in a very small quantity. So they are not able to engage. So there are papers which show that even very low titers can cause accelerated rejection. You do not get a hyperacute, but within the first week you may get a rejection because they were very low antibodies. So we have multiple drawbacks of this test. Not all lymphocytotoxic antibodies will cause a positive cross match. Some antibodies will display autoreactivity causing lysis of the patient's own cells, so beware of that. Despite a negative cross match, hyperacute rejections may occur. There may be cases where low antibody levels below the threshold of detection of CDC are present, and the CDC requires good cells. B cells, T cells should be good. So when you are sending a sample, send enough sample. You send 6 tubes, good enough, but you send 2 tubes and we find dead cells, it is not good because your CDC cross-match quality will go down. So this was the clinical paradigm which we were following, that a CDC cross-match positive, contraindicated transplant, negative, go ahead with the transplant. But now that paradigm is moving. We are now able to do more sensitive tests, which as the day goes by you will see, and we will have to validate the CDC, which is a functional test today and it is the backbone still, but you tie it up with the other test, use it very sensibly. As a standalone test, it is not viable, but a test tied up to other things is viable. Now I will ask Suchita to demonstrate a proper CDC. At the end of the demo, we can discuss any points if required. आप प्ले कर रहे हो ना?
So this is a demonstration of comprehensive CDC. CDC cross-match using T and B cells separately. So we need a heparinized blood, EDTA blood samples. The blood samples are first centrifuged to separate the plasma and the buffy coat layers. T and B cell separation is done by using T and B cell enriched antibodies. These are stem cell company antibodies, rosette shape antibodies. So for we have to take the 40 microliter of antibodies, mixed it with the buffy coat. So this is done by the negative selection of the cells. When we use the T cell rosette shape for the T cell separation, the other cells will get attached to the antibodies and T cell remains free. So and it will get separated by doing the density gradient solution separation. So this is mixed with the PBS solution, is phosphate buffer saline, and loaded onto the density gradient solution. This is a lymphocyte separation media. So at the bottom that is a lymphocyte separation media, and we are loading the diluted buffy coat onto the media. This is then centrifuged at 2000 rpm for 20 minutes to separate the cells. So after centrifugation, we'll get the lymphocyte ring floating on the lymphocyte separation media. So you have to separate the white ring.
See the ring that has all the cells.
Yeah. So we have to separate the white ring and suspend it into the RPMI media, and there are 3 washing steps has to be done. So for washing, centrifugation, and after centrifugation we discard the supernatant. We have to add again the RPMI media and centrifugation, and these steps are this is the to quantify the concentration of the cells, and the viability of cells can be done. So this is a dilution part. We are diluting the serum. This is a neat serum, N is to 4 and N is to 12. So 50 microliter of RPMI is taken, and to this 50 microliter of serum is added, and from the first tube the 50 microliter of diluted serum is added into the second tube. So this is called a serial dilution.
So need 1 into 1 in 4, 1 in 8, 1 in 60. So the serum will be diluted accordingly.
This is a DTT treated. So at a time we put a routine cross match also, and the cross match with DTT treated serum also. So this is a Terasaki tray. This is 72 well Terasaki tray. We have to first oil it with the paraffin oil, so that the cells and serum doesn't get dry during the incubation period. This is a special syringe. This is called a Hamilton syringe. This is a repeater syringe. It dispenses 1 microliter of serum or cells at 50 times at a time. So we are adding neat sera first. This is done, we have a tray format. So according to tray format, we add the sera first and then the cells. So in whole tray we put routine cross match with auto T cells, auto B cells, allo T cells, allo B cells, and the DTT treated serum with allo T cell B cells and auto T cell B cells. So cells are getting added. So after incubation, there is an incubation period of 45 minutes. After incubation, to enhance the CDC cross match, anti-human globulin is added. That is 1 microliter of AHG is added to the cells and serum. And followed by AHG, the rabbit complement is added. After putting complement, there is a 1.5 hour of incubation period, and after incubation period we have to add the vital dye.
For maximum interaction of the donor lymphocytes with the serum. So 45 minutes first, and then followed by the rabbit complement, 1.5 hours is given. So that gives enough time for any lysis of the membrane which has to happen, and then the vital dye has been.
And then the reading can be done after 2 hours. That is time given to settle the cells, or otherwise on the next day can be read. So this is a picture of reading the under the fast. Excuse me. One. हाँ ठीक है. This is inverted phase control microscope. So reading is taken. You can see the dead cells and the live cells.
So the black ones
are the
are the
this
dead
is
ones.
this is the typical positive control where the dead cells are 80 to 100%. So the quantification is done, like ma'am showed the table So quantification of the dead cells is done, and then the cross match is interpreted.
So that was a total CDC cross match, hence it is called as comprehensive because it is T cell, B cell, auto, allo, DTT treated, AAG treated, and in dilutions. So you get every aspect of a cross match. If it comes positive, you have to dissect out why it is positive. Any questions for cross match?
So, Shruti, since B cells express both class 1 and class 2 molecules, what if we do only B cell cross match, and if that is negative enough?
So what happens is B cell ka viability is very less. So you get very few B cells. So it's always better to have T cells, and B cells can have a false positive rate which is very high given their viability. So hence a T cell B cell is always done.
Many times we transport the sample to core labs like a Lalpath or SRL, and it's usually airlifted and it travels for 2 days or something. Does that affect the results of the test?
It affects the viability. That is why we say get more sample. So if it is coming from outside the city, then we tell them that send 3 tubes more. So that if single tube has less viable cells, so we do a cell count on the Newbar's chamber which we were taught in physiology days. So the cell count is done. If the cell count of viable cells is not adequate, then we'll have to take from other tubes also.
Okay.
So always send more sample when you're sending for a CDC or a flow cross match because both require viable cells.
Any particular temperature for transportation?
No, room temperature is fine.
So the longer the time it takes to do the study, the higher the chance of cells being lysed.
Yes.
So you should do it as early as possible.
So we do not usually, if the cross match is received before 6 o'clock, it is started immediately so that we get 6 hours to finish the cross match. If it comes at 8 or 9 or 10 and it is not urgent, then it is done first thing in the morning.
So when the sample is couriered, there is a high chance of...
That is why we ask for more tubes. That's what I am explaining, that more tubes should be sent. Ideally only 2 EDTA tubes are required for the CDC, but we usually ask for more. If it is just door to door or one building to the other building and you are going to do it immediately, then 1 or 2 tubes are enough. Living donors, 1 or 2 tubes are enough. No, room temperature, because otherwise room temperature. And it will be processed only if the viability. So sometimes if we get, like we do hand transplants, hearts, lungs in the middle of the night, if we do not have viable cells, we abort the cross match itself. We will not go ahead with the cross match. We will tell them that we can't do the cross match because by having dead cells, the cross match is going to be false positive.
Something that I would want to kind of share with everyone is if you have a cadaver transplant that you're doing and blood samples or samples are not as good, you can also take lymph nodes, spleen. Those are very rich sources of cells and T and B
so
cells.
Internationally, spleen is sent along with the organs because there are centralized labs.
So again, talk to Noto, Soto, Roto and ask them to, as a protocol, plan to get spleen consents also. Someone who is willing to
because
donate.
Because that has to come as a principle rather than us asking. They will say, why do you want an organ when it is
not going to be used. But again, it is something that if they learn about it and if someone's family is willing to donate kidneys, liver, heart, why would they say no to a spleen? It is just that we are not asking for it. And we are not explaining to Noto Soto that
and
this
it is quite
important
easy to lyse the tissue and get the cells.
And
it is not difficult to lyse a spleen.
Those cells are going to be much better in terms of viability than taking that Buffy coat and doing it from Buffy coat in someone who already has cytokine release syndrome and all of that happening from a brain death. So again, please talk to local people and try and encourage them to get spleens as well.
The problem, Najay, is that some labs, small labs, may not be attuned to do spleen, so it causes more confusion. So it's better to get more samples.
In US and Europe, do they routinely send the lymph nodes?
Yes, a spleen is received everywhere.
Because if you're now talking that this donor is going to give heart, lung, liver, kidney, intestines. And for each organ, you're going to do 2 or 3 CDC cross matches because you're going to run 2 or 3 lists. You're now talking 20, 30 CDC cross matches, maybe 5, 6 flows. And so that much amount of cells are not going to be.
Centralized labs. See, that is a big point. Now, suppose I tell the ZTCC that I need the spleen. They will say, oh, the cross match is happening there, tumko spleen kyun de? So, it becomes
No,
a
we'll
lot
do
of-
it. Shruti will do
So,
it.
because spleen is easy to get and the cells are very easy to tease out.
We'll do that.
नॉर्मल सेल लाइन में डाल के भेज देने का, सिंपल.
In a live donor transplant, the discordance between these 3 tests, CDC, and flow, and single antigen bead, is so high that why do this CDC lymphocytotoxic
CDC
test?
in our country is required because every place does not have a flow.
No,
That
if-
is one. So in many countries like the lab where I trained, now they are not doing CDC since the last 5 years. They have totally switched to flow and PRA and SAB. They do not do CDC.
Even the discordance between flow and this
It is
single
there,
antigen
but
bead.
if the flow is positive, a true positive flow cross match with a MFI of 15-20,000, the early graft outcomes are very bad. So flow cross match is important. You do a virtual cross match, you get a MFI of 20,000. Sometimes that 20,000 may be a denatured antigen. So doing a flow is extremely important because it's a physical dynamic cross match.
Cell-based.
Cell based. So, and in our country presently, standardized flow cross match is not available everywhere. So, a poor man's cross match or India's cross match is still CDC till we have a standardized centralized lab where a place like Nagpur, Nashik can send it in the middle of the night and get it. So, we cannot go to a higher technology when we do not even have the lower technology available immediately. Plus the standardization for flow, like Dr. Nitin Dayal will tell us now in some times that how easy or difficult it is to set up a flow and see that it is standardized and not giving you false positive or false negatives.
Okay.
I think we'll wind up this session and we'll go to the next.
Thank you, ma'am, for that detailed overview of CDC cross-match. Moving on to the next topic, flow cytometry cross-match. I'd like to invite Dr. Nitin Dayal to take the stage. Dr. Nitin Dayal is a principal consultant and head of hematopathology and immunohematology at Max Super Specialty Hospital, Delhi. He's got multiple publications in national and international journals. His faculty for many workshops on hematology, including flow cytometry, coagulation, autoimmune diagnostics, and transplant immunology. He's the NABL assessor for the field of hematology, clinical pathology, and cytology since 2010. He's a member of the Cytometry Society and an executive committee member of TCS and DSH.
Thanks for the kind introduction. I'll be talking about flow cytometric cross match. Thanks to Dr. Ajay and Dr. Shruti to make my talk easier. Actually, they have given the concept. And my lecture will go like this. You can interrupt in between also if you want to. So we'll start with basic of immunity. A little bit recap you'll find in this, but that is important because if I'm talking, I'm repeating it because I know there are a lot of newcomers in this audience. So we'll start with basics of immunity. So we know there are 2 types of immunity, adaptive immunity and innate immunity. What we are talking about here is adaptive immunity, where a patient is sensitized towards these antigens. This has been very well explained by Dr. Ajay. I will not go through it again. But this is the slide which I would like to you to see again. Why? Because you should know that class 1 antigens are present on all nucleated cells. That means it will be present on T and B cells. Class 2 are present only on B cells and a small subset of T cells which are activated. Otherwise, by and large, it is only on the B cells whenever we are studying at. Class 3 is complement, which are needed for CDC cross match, for understanding of CDC cross match. This is the molecular structure of class 1 and class 2 antigen, which Dr. Ajay was telling you. In class 1, it is alpha 1, alpha 2 and alpha 3, and between alpha 1 and alpha 2 is the area where antigen is, antibodies are attached, Again, in class 2, it goes in chain like alpha 1 and beta 1, beta alpha 2 and beta 2. We are more bothered about alpha 1 and beta 2 because these are the areas where antigens are attached. Now, we were talking about resolution, low resolution and high resolution typing. So this is low resolution typing where we have only field 1, right? A is for gene, B, C, DR, DQ, that is gene. Next is field 1, right? It gives idea about allelic group. Then comes second, which is protein, right? Second field. So we are bothered about which protein is there, right? Because that protein is containing those epitopes against which antibodies will attach. Field 3 and field 4 and suffix are usually seen in coding and small changes in coding and non-coding regions. So they do not play a very significant role in transplant immunology. So it is good if you have at least typing up to field 2. So we need to know about the antibody structure. There are heavy chains and light chains, and then there are antibody binding sites. These are the antibody binding sites, and these are the variable sites. This region is constant region, right? Within one antigen, there can be multiple epitopes. If we talk about only one antigen like A0101, that can have multiple epitopes, and against each epitope there will be different antibody will be attaching. Antibody types, we are bothered about IgG and IgM. Why? Because these are the two antibodies which fixes the complements. Rest of them do not fix the complement. Again, digestion of immunoglobulin. Why it is important? Because we need FAB2 molecule in flow cytometric cross match. We do not use complete antibody, otherwise it will give you a lot of backgrounds. So if you are getting lot of lot of positive flow cytometric cross match, you have to ask your lab whether they are using FAB2 molecule or are they using complete antibody. This is the mechanism how a body or immune response removes the foreign antibodies, right? Foreign antigens, sorry. It can be through neutralization, agglutination or precipitation of these soluble antigens, and eventually phagocytosis happens, or else there is a activation of complement pathway in which whenever there are two antibodies close by at the FC region, complement are fixed, and eventually a pore is developed in bipolar lipid layer, and when this pore is formed, the cell lies, and this is the mechanism of CDC cross match which Dr. Shruti was telling you. So she has already spoken about primary response and the secondary response. So whenever there is antigen exposure to the body, there is some certain amount of antibodies which are developed, but whenever there is second exposure of that antigen to the body, there is amnestic response, and you'll see the antibody generation in the body is much higher as compared to first response. So we knew the concept that there are memory B cells, plasma cells which cannot be removed from our body, right? They always remain in our body. The similar way, there are memory cytotoxic T cells also, which can mediate cell-mediated immunity in later on. But the problem is that we do not have any specialized test which can test these T cells. When we talk about antigen-antibody reaction outside the body, in vitro, there is a zone of equivalence where your test will give an optimal result, right? If there is excess of antigens, if there is excess of antibody, the reaction outside the body in vitro will be not good, and you may find false positive result, which Dr. Shruti was telling you about prozoning. So there are two type of cell tests, test in transplant immunology. One is cell-based assays and second is solid phase assay. Within cell-based assay, we know that there are CDC cross-match and flow cytometric cross-match. Within solid phase assay, there are ELISAs and luminescence-based assays where we detect antibodies. Now both the tests have its own pros and cons. In cell-based assay, we have a comprehensive result. We know that all the antigens which are there in body are coated on the lymphocytes, right? So that is a comprehensive, good screening test. But at the same time, it is not very specific because these lymphocytes will have non-HLA antibodies also, which can give false positive results. And so we need a solid phase assay also, which is very specific, provided those beads contain those antigens, which Dr. Ankit will be stressing upon. So these are the commonly available transplant immunology tests which we are discussing about right now. There are more tests than these, but at present we are focusing on these tests: CDC cross-match, flow cytometric cross-match, DSA screening test and single antigen bead test. Each has its own good point, each has its own limitations too. So we'll talk about cross-match. Paul Terasaki, right? So ma'am has already told you about this in detail. I'll not cover in much. And these are the interpretation of only CDC cross-match, which Dr. Shruti has already discussed about. But if you'll see the reasons of false positive and false negative CDC cross-match, they are huge list. It's a huge list. And if you'll see the advantages versus limitation of this test, there are multiple limitations as compared to advantage of this test. So hence, there was a necessity that we need to have a second test, cell-based test, which is more objective, right? Which is not subjective, which is more objective, easier to do, automated. So we had an answer in terms of flow cytometry, right? Why flow cytometric cross-match was needed? It is more sensitive antibody detection assay. It detects donor reactive antibodies independent of complement fixation. So CDC cross-match will identify only antibodies which can fix complement. It will not detect those antibodies which cannot fix complements. So CDC cross-match will identify those antibodies too. It is easy to separate out T and B cells in flow cytometry, right? Whereas in CDC cross-match, it's a tedious job to separate out T and B cells. Standardization of assay is much robust in flow cytometric cross-match as compared to CDC cross-match. It brings in more objectivity in analysis. Even if I am sitting here, while sitting there, I reported few of my flow cytometric cross-matches which were run in Delhi. So it's not, all you need is a good technician who can run them, and then analysis can happen anywhere in the country, or even if you are out of country. Turnaround time is less, and it has less manual steps as compared to CDC cross-match. So much more, standardized, much more repeatability is attained. So we'll talk about flow cytometric cross-match in detail, and we'll start with principle. What we do is we take the donor lymphocytes, we incubate it with serum, right? After that, we'll add a secondary antibody, FAB2 molecule, against human antibody. If there is a reaction, right, if there is an antigen-antibody reaction which has happened, this fluorescent antibody will get attached. We'll wash again, we'll find cells which are having fluorescence. If the fluorescence is high, that means anti-HLA antibody is there. If fluorescence is not high, that means anti-HLA antibodies are not there. Right? So it's a cell-based assay. What you need is donor lymphocyte, and easily it separates out T and B cells. I'll show you in graphs how we separate them out. Patient serum is taken, incubated, and then tested. It can detect anti-HLA as well as non-HLA antibodies. So, requirement of cells. It is preferred that the viability of cells is more than 80%. You can use ACD vials or heparent for testing. It's preferred that you do the test within 24 hours of draw time, and spleen and lymph node, if they are preserved in RPMI, is a good source. Serum you can collect in any red top or yellow top. So this is the panel. Only 3 antibodies are used in panel. However, we have a flow cytometer which can run almost 13 colors. All we need is 3 colors, right? Only 3 parameters. For T cell we use CD3. For B cell we use CD19 or 22. We do not use CD20. Why? Because there are targeted therapies against CD20. So that is not the correct marker for gating. And secondary antibody is IgG FAB2 type antibody. It is important that we use FAB2 type. I am emphasizing on it because complete antibody will give you a lot of false positive results. So these procedural steps, everything will be dealt by Suchita. So I will not spend much of time. But behind every flow cytometry cross match which you get, there are a lot of efforts in establishing to establish that process. So it starts from precision, that each time you send the sample, the result remains the same. The inter-operator comparisons are done, inter-laboratory comparisons are done. For controls, usually to start with, commercial seras are used, but eventually each lab tend to move towards pooled positive seras and negative seras from AB positive person. Why? Because they give you more robust testing platform. So defining cutoff is very important. With each lot of reagent, you have to define the cutoffs of flow cytometric cross match, and they can be done in 2 ways. One is MCS, which is mean channel shift, wherein we run the negative tube, we define the mean of that, median of that, and then eventually we run the positive sample, the test sample, and we define the median of that, and we deduct negative NHS from the positive, the test, and we define the cutoffs. What is the mean channel cutoff? Like in my laboratory right now, for T cell it is 36 MCS, for B cell it is 62 MCS. You can also use MESF units, wherein you need a calculated ratio to finally answer whether it is positive or negative. So you need to have a very good quality control so that you have a good result. So for that, with each lot of negative human serum and also the reagents which we use, we have to calculate the cutoffs. Positive control, it is preferred that you have a pooled sera. So over a period of time, you collect the seras so that you have a good positive result, because commercially procured sera sometimes they do not give the positive result. We come to analysis, how we analyze it. First, what we do is we take out the single cells from our assay. From that, we separate out the lymphocyte on side scatter and forward scatter. The same way our CBC analyzer works. We take out these lymphocyte on this plot, right, where we have CD3 on one side and CD19 on one side, right. These blue cells are positive for CD3, right. So these are T cells. These green dots are CD19 positive, so these are B cells. These are non-T, non-B cells. These are overlapping cells. For this, these T cells we take on this plot, right? This one. And we see that the blue and the test is in red, right? They are overlapping. That means it is negative, right? So negative tube was having 158 and 161. So mean is 159 and the test is 160. So both MCS are matching, right? So it is negative. In B cell, green is negative, which is around 321 average. And you'll see the red one is 317 minus 4.5. So both the tests are negative. Okay. On the contrary, when we see the positive test, this is how it looks like. These are negative T cells, these are negative B cells, and you can see these are positive T cells and these are positive test tubes which are positive. It has moved further, right? They have separated out, and you can see the mean channel shift is 77 in T cell and 103 in B cell, right? More the positive, more is the gap, right? You can see 601 versus 265. That's the gap, 400 MCS, right? 447 versus 148, almost 300 MCS movement. More it is, more the MCS, we know that more number of antibodies are there. This is a test where T cell has not moved in a significant way. It is only MCS is 25. Whereas you can see B cell is separating out very well. So it is 313. So B cell is positive, T cell is still negative, right? Coming to interpretation. So there are certain questions which needs to be asked. I have kept it very theoretical so that Suchita will take care of all the technical part of it. I am keeping it more theoretical. With each cross matches, we need to ask few questions. First is, what antibody represent a threat to graft function or survival? What we are bothered about is hyperacute rejections, right? Rest everything in these days is still manageable. Whether it is acute rejection or chronic rejections, they can be still managed. Hyperacute is the one where we are worried about, and we do not want that because that cannot be managed. So if you'll see, for hyperacute rejection, the most common is MSC class 1 specific antibodies, right? They are the one who plays maximum role in hyperacute rejection. But then there are certain cases where MSC class 2 antibodies, anti-endothelial specific antibody or tissue specific antibodies, if they are present in a huge number, they may cause hyperacute rejection. However, if we consider all forms of rejections, which include hyperacute, acute, chronic rejections, MSC class 2 molecule is more contributory towards that as compared to MSC class 1 antibody. Another thing is, a very good clinical history is important to know the sensitization of the patient, right? You need to have a good history about pregnancy, whether the patient was transfused earlier, previously whether it was transplanted or not, when the patient was previously transplanted, what was that historical serum, as Dr. Shruti was telling you, what was the cross matches at that time, whether SAB was done at that time, what antibodies were present. Those questions, if you have answers, that will make your life easier. Another thing is preformed anti-MSC antibody. They are the most significant cause of graft injury, right? And if we know that hyperacute rejection is an antibody and complement mediated event which is caused by anti-MSC antibodies. And there are studies which says that PRA of more than 10% are related to primary non-function, acute rejection episodes and graft loss. And then there is a concept of immunological hyperresponsiveness. There are few patients who are they are less sensitized, but they have a very good load of antibodies. And then there are certain patients who are exposed, they are sensitized multiple time, but their antibody levels are less, right? So it all depends upon how a person is responsive immunologically. So if those patients who are immunologically hyper responsive, they tend to lose the graft, or they can go in hyperacute rejection more oftenly. So this has been discussed multiple times that T lymphocyte have MSC class 1 molecule, B cells have class 1 as well as class 2 antigens. Important is that B cells have more MSC class 1 molecules as compared to T cells, and that is the reason why low titer class 2 with the class 1 antigens, they will give only B cell positivity, not T cell positivity, right? IgM, again Dr. SOTI has told you that they are not the culprit, they are not the one who contribute towards graft injury or hyperacute rejection. They are mostly autoantibodies, and they are not related to graft survival. So there are certain modifications which are there in flow cytometric cross match, which helps you over and above CDC cross match. So those patients who are on anti-CD20 therapy, right, we can use pronase for flow cytometric cross match, so that it removes the effect of anti-CD20 effect. It comes with a caution that if your dosage is high, if anti-CD20 concentration is high, there are still chances that it comes as false positive. So there are small portion of patients, so small subset of patients who will remain positive after pronase treatment also. For that you need to do a CDC, a SAB examination. Again, there are DSA cross match, in which instead of adding the FAB molecule antigens antibody, we can use a capture beads, which can be read by flow cytometer, and it has much more sensitivity. But the only problem is the cost of this test becomes very high. So we know that there are multiple advantages of flow cytometric cross match. Now it detects antibodies specific towards the donor. It is highly sensitive and specific than CDC cross match. It detects only IgG, and it is not affected by IgM antibodies. Does not depend upon complement activity, so it detects non-complement fixing antibodies also. And standardization is good. The repeatability of the test is very good. At the same time, there are certain limitations. It requires constant supply of fresh donor lymphocytes. It is lesser sensitive as DSA analysis, SABs, and cannot differentiate between HLA and non-HLA antibodies. So we'll come to integrated interpretation of these tests. So this is a chart which compares between CDC cross match and flow cytometric cross match. So if all are positive, if T and B cell of CDC cross match is positive, flow cytometric T and B cell are positive, the answer is do not transplant, right? That means there is anti-HLA antibodies which are there. In case T cell is positive, it is a query thing, as Dr. SOTI has already told you. Isolated T cell positivity needs to be further evaluated why it is coming. Either you test repeat it, even if it is coming positive, go to SAB, check why it is coming out to be positive. In case your T and B cell flow cytometric cross match is positive and B cell of cytotoxic CDC cross match is positive, that means low titer anti-HLA class 1 is can be there, or else class 2 can can also be present in these cases, and they need further evaluation. If only flow cross match is positive TNB and CDC is negative, again low titer class 1 antibody can be there, and again you need to evaluate further. In case only B cells are positive in both the methods and T cells are negative, that means either it is having class 2 antibody or low titer class 1 antibody, and eventually you need to evaluate further. And only if CDC cross match is positive and flow cross match is negative, it can be due to IgM antibody, or it can be procedural related antibody. In our experience, we have seen those patients where there is subclinical infection or a acute viral infection happening, the CDC cross match may come out to be positive for transient time, and eventually when you follow them, they tend to come down. And if it is completely negative, that means there is no detectable anti-HLA antibodies. It's not saying that there is no anti-MSC antibody. It says that there is no detectable antibodies. So in the last, this is my last slide. This is British guidelines, right? I'll not just go through everything. I'll just like to tell you if it is current or historical, right? Even if it is a positive historically or current, your group of test, the classification of patient moves from low immunological risk to intermediate or high risk, right? So it is important to know whether that patient was having antibodies against the donor historical too. Why? Because memory B cells and plasma cells are there, which can cause a secondary immune response. So take home message, no single test can predict immunological status of the patient, and a combination of appropriate tests in appropriate clinical context are needed to evaluate patient's immunological test. Isn't it looking like a pathology report? It is actually true, and we need it. These are, in appropriate clinical context. That is very favorite line of us. Combine at least one cell-based assay and one bead-based assay. Each test has its own limitation. Knowing them can not only avoid rejection of graft, but also prevent false rejection of donor. So it is important in our country because already we are not having so many donors. So we should also focus upon to prevent false rejection of donors too. Flow cytometric cross match has better sensitivity as compared to CDC cross match. It is easier to standardize. It is easier to report. And a positive flow cytometric cross match should always be followed by a single antigen bead assay to avoid false rejection of the donor. These are my acknowledgements because of whom I am standing here. Thank you.
We'll see the demonstration part of flow cytometric cross match. The blood sample requirements 12 to 15 ml of heparin blood sample. Yeah. So to separate the cells, we have to centrifuge the sample. Heparinized samples are centrifuged. Lymphocyte separation is done by using density gradient solution. So unlike CDC where we separated T and B cells separately, here we separate the total lymphocytes. So the buffy coat is diluted with RPMI media. So we are taking the buffy coat, 1 ml of buffy coat is diluted with 1 ml of RPM media. This is lymphocyte separation media. So we'll take 1 ml of lymphocyte separation media. So this diluted buffy coat is slowly or gently loaded onto the lymphocyte separation media. Then this loaded buffy coat is centrifuged at 2000 RPM for 20 minutes. And now after centrifugation, the cells are separated. So this is white ring is separated and it is washed 3 times with the help of RPMA media. So again, this is a checking of concentration and the purity of the lymphocytes. So to process with the flow cross match, again we use over here the negative control, we use the commercial and in-house positive control is used for the positive control, and neat sera and the serial dilution up to 1:16 dilution. The cells are added, serum and cells are added. Cells concentration should be 5000 cells per microliter. So while checking the concentration, while checking the purity of the cells, we adjust the concentration of the cells. So serum and cells are getting mixed. So we have to incubate this at 4 degrees Celsius for half an hour. After the incubation, the cells and serum is washed with RPMA media. After centrifugation, the supernatant is discarded. So the washing step is done 3 times. After washing, we are adding FITC antibody. So 10 microliter of FITC antibody is added in each test tube. Followed by that CD3 antibody is added. And the CD19 antibody for B cells. Then there is an incubation period of 30 minutes at 4 degrees Celsius. Post incubation, then there is again a wash steps. So 3 washings are done. So after washing, we can acquire the taste in the flow cytometer. So this is a flow cytometer. We have to prepare the batch. Taste is done auto cross match and allo cross match as well. We are putting the test tube for acquisition. So this is a probe for flow cytometer. So this is a QC parameters. First, we have to run the QC. After successful QC, the sample is run. This is an auto NC sample. So cells are getting acquired. So this first square is where the lymphocytes getting acquired, and the second was the T cell, B cells are getting separated. So we are interpreting by calculating the ratio. So there is this is a second graph where CD3 is plotted against CD19, and the T cells and B cells are separated, and the third one is the T cell peak, and the fourth one is the B cell peak, and there is a median values. Next. So we calculate the ratio against the negative control value. So, and second method will be the channel shift, looking at the channel shift. So for T cell it is plus 50, and for B cell it is a plus 80 channel shift, which tells the positivity of the test. Thank you. So these shifts and the ratio values are different. It's lab to lab, it is a different values, because we have to standardize these values by doing the negative control study.
So when you talked about HLA nomenclature, you said that the first field indicates allele and the second HLA protein.
Yes, sir.
That protein means antigen?
Sir?
Does that mean antigen?
Yes.
The protein?
Protein is antigen, yes.
I thought the first field was always the antigen and second was the allele.
No, sir. First is allele and then
The second is this.
the specific protein.
Can you again explain the difference between CD19 molecule and CD20? Because when you want to remove the B cells, you use anti-CD20 molecule. And when you count the cells, B cells, you look at CD19. What is the difference?
The thing is that, sir, CD19 and CD20 are pan-B cell markers. In fact, CD19 is present in all the cells, all the stages from blast to the lymphocyte stage. 20 appears when it is mature lymphocyte, right? So whenever we are counting any cell, we prefer a marker which is pan-B, right? First thing. But here we know we are concentrating on lymphocyte. We can use CD19 and CD20 both, right? But because routinely we use anti-CD20 molecule, once an antibody will be attached to anti-CD20, when we'll examine it, right, when we add a fluorescent label CD20, that will not be able to attach to it. Why? Because there are already antibody which is attached to CD20 molecule.
Okay.
So that will come falsely low. So that's why we need CD19 as a gating marker.
And my third question was, how would you interpret a positive flow cross match and a negative solid phase assay, single antigen bead assay?
So, sir, first thing is that you need to know whether your SAB is having all the antigens or not, covered or not. If your beads are not having all the antigens which are there in your donor, right? In that case, this flow cytometric cross match could be because of positivity of that, right? In case in your the flow cytom, the SAB, all the antigens are covered and everything is clearly negative. In that case, it could be non-HLA antibody which can contribute towards positivity of flow cytometric cross match.
So is that clinically significant, a non-HL antibody?
So that is something again very important, because you need to think in terms whether you have to take that patient in for transplant or not. So we know that MSC molecule, anti-MSC antibodies are related with hyperacute rejections, right? Rest of the antibodies, right, they are less they are less contributed towards hyperacute rejection, but they can, affect in chronic phase. Those you can manage, right? So in case your all antigens are covered in SAB and it is completely negative, it's still safer to go for transplant, but provided with the line that it will not be a low risk transplant, it will still remain intermediate to high risk transplant.
Okay, thanks.
Sir, just one question. If you
Yes,
you have in some centers, do they have both CDC and flow cytometry in the same lab? And how do you decide whether to do CDC cross match or do a flow cytometry? How do you decide if you have both the facilities in your center? How do you decide which patient should undergo CDC or which patient should undergo flow cytometry?
So it depends, sir. It depends upon the physician who is ordering it. In our practice, I am catering to almost 5 of our hospitals, right? All are having a different approach to testing, right? Our main center, they send CDC and flow cytometric cross match upfront, right? They send both of them, right? There are centers who send only CDC cross match, right? There are centers who do flow cytometric cross match earlier, and just before the transplant they do CDC cross match. So each physician is having its own algorithm. There is no standardized algorithm which needs to be followed and which could be followed. Each patient, in fact, in each patient, there is a unique algorithm which you may need to follow. It all depends how much, how illucidly you have, taken the sensitization history, right? If you have taken a good sensitization history, you can choose only one test, one cross match, and you know that everything is perfect. But in case you know you have taken, the patient is sensitized, then you can add on more tests to evaluate, so that you know that before you take the patient for transplant, that patient is really low immunologic level risk before you take the patient to transplant.
Because it will increase the cost, no?
Yes, I know. So you have to use them judiciously. So blanket testing cannot happen here. Sir.
Yeah, so the question is,
We are doing a transplant which is costing around 6 lakhs to 13 lakhs from public hospital to private hospital. And a workup which has HLA typing, CDC cross match and flow cross match will cost you around 50 to 60,000. So in the big schema of 10 to 12 lakhs, where does this 50 to 60,000 cost remain? It is important investment for the patient to get a safe transplant and a safe post-transplant prognostication, because this is the basis of what will tell you कि आगे क्या आने वाला है. You have the HLA typing of a living donor or mother who may be 80 years, 70 years old at that time. You have the typing done to the T, and then later on after 5 years, suppose the patient gets an antibody-mediated rejection, you can at least identify a DSA because you have a good typing done, or you have saved the DNA somewhere and you are going to do the typing. So this is, I think, by not doing everything to the T, we are penny wise and pound foolish.
Okay, but 50-60,000 is still quite a
But
bit.
they are spending so many lakhs on a transplant. I don't understand.
no, Niranjan, we can put it like, simply we can put it like this, if you are batting against a fast bowler, you put in leg guard, you put in this scrotum guard, then you put in arms guard, then you put a helmet. Why? It's like that. So you do all the 3 tests nowadays to be safer medico-legally. If you can be sued.
Very good explanation, sir.
Yeah,
I agree to this.
Very
good explanation. Sir, IPL का
we
सीजन
need-
चल रहा है,
yeah, we
बिल्कुल
need-
perfect.
We need to protect ourselves. So the question for you is.
I hope, sir, it's not a googly.
No.
नहीं सर, सर क्रिकेट मोड में googly ना फेंकना सर.
No. Sir, it's very important question. Basically, is there any study, recent study regarding false positivity of all these 3 tests? Basically, there are many tests which are coming up positive and we are rejecting the donors. And are there any positive tests and still some people have gone ahead with transplant and found that that was false positive? I mean, what is the percentage of your test being false positive or false negative? Is there any study?
That's a tricky question. That's a tricky question.
Student is presently doing that study. Once the thesis is submitted, you will get the answer.
No, in Western, I mean, in current.
Sir, the thing is that now that science is evolving to another level. We are talking about antigen and antibody, right? When we talk about antigens, we are not talking about epitopes, right? Each antigen can have multiple epitopes, right? Now these epitopes, when we talk about in vitro testing, they are on a linear platform, right? But when we go into the body, they are 3-dimensional, right? Few epitopes are there on the surface, few epitopes are there in the internal part, right? So the science is moving to that level, that those epitopes which are on the outer surface of the protein have more propensity towards rejection of the graft, right? So we are moving towards that, and eventually applet based assays will come in, these configurational things will come in. So science is evolving. So we still do not have many answers. So with these, we will evolve, right? Still, we are not using applet-based analysis right now. Not many. Not many institutes are not using it, and we do not know whether if we do applet-based analysis, whether we will have that false rejection or we'll have more rejections. I don't know. How will it evolve? So that will, it's an evolving field. We'll learn as the day passes, and let's see how it goes by.
Can I make a small comment?
Yes. Please.
Regarding nomenclature, just to clear the thing, nomenclature is a legacy of serology going on to molecular. It was A2, A1, all those A24, A11. That was how it was nomenclature was done. When they started doing the DNA typing, they found that a lot of A2 serology have multiple DNA sequences where the antigenic profile is same. So the first field is the gene group. The second field is the allele group. Basically, allele group, each of them, imagine it as a subset. If you have a chart, A1 is there, in that A101, A102, there are multiple subsets. Now the nomenclature is such, second field can have even more than 100, so it's not digit wise. You can have 102, 103 various sequences for A1 gene group. Generally, the A1 gene group has similar epitopes. So serologically, they are all same. But there are exceptions because of typing. Over a period of time, they found that there are private epitopes for certain subsets of these groups, like B4403, B4404. They are antigenically different. So even serologically, they are named as B star 44 colon 03, B star 44 colon 04, or serologically B4403, B4404. Two separate. So if you have an allele specific epitopic presentation in an antibody screen, you will definitely need to have a high resolution typing. There are two aspects. Most of the times, if you do not have an allele specific antibody in your antibody single antigen bead assay, a low resolution but extended, especially like DRB3, 4, 5, those are not covered in routine low resolution typings. So completeness of typing is also very important rather than just the depth of typing. I hope it clears the...
To make it clear, for my students I used to say, it's like caste system in marriage.
Yes.
So you have a Rishi ancestor, like A1 say, you come from Bharadwaj Gopal. Then you have a caste and then you have a subsets of that caste. So it's like molecular casteism.
Yes. I think it's a fantastic example. Sir. Regarding a recent article, there is a beautiful article by Bray et al. In 2022, I think. This is, the title of the article is, everybody can go and read. From physical to virtual, out with the old, in with the new, from physical to virtual. So UCAS, the United States Kidney Allocation System, 2014 onwards, they did quite a big series of cases where they just used virtual cross-match to evaluate for transplant suitability. And they found that 100% success rate with that alone. So like definitely we are moving from traditional CDC cross-match. 70% of labs in US don't do a CDC cross-match. But physical cross-match we definitely should not do away with. We should have CDC and flow also in our armamentarium. I don't think we should be comparing the tests. We should use the information from all these tests to decide about the risk profiling of the patient. It's not just a veto, it's also risk profiling. Thank you.
Yeah. So when we are looking at studies, especially when we look at how we are evaluating a cross match or a protocol of a hospital, that we are doing CDC flow, single antigen bead, whether we are doing flow cross matches or whether we are not getting away from flow cross matches and only doing virtual cross match, the key is actually to remember that the antibody testing, the immunological workup that we are doing is only for the 15%. So it is very important to see whether the number of patients that they had and the number of actual events that they had are actually significant and would be powered to pick up a difference between the two techniques and the two methods. So a lot of people say, I did 100 transplants with this new method and this new technology, whether it is virtual cross-match or any other kind of protocol, and I had no difference in how I was doing now versus where I was doing before. But what was the expected rate of antibody rejection? At present, if you have only 15 patients who were sensitized, out of them maybe 3 of them had actually donor-specific antibodies that you would have detected. So your actual event rate should have been only 3 antibody rejections. If you now look at the new technique that you used, 3 versus 0 may not show up on a 100 versus 100 kind of a protocol. So you actually need to see how many were sensitized, how many events were you expecting to see, and how many events did you actually see. And so many of these 100 kind of things on a big scale look like they're even, but in the nitty-gritties it will not be there. So you have to look at sensitized people versus sensitized people, look at those specific number of events and compare that and see if it is powered enough. Many times it will not be powered enough to pick up any actual difference, and you might switch and then realize once you've done enough of these that it is not as good as what you had before. So please be careful when you look at any of these studies. A lot of them have been published, but they're only 100 and actual event rates very, very low.
But one thing, Ajay, from a practical point of view, now that you know that this is more sensitive, single antigen bead assay, if your flow cross match is negative, now you have DSS to certain donor antigens, you may take certain steps which may improve your outcome. So then it is difficult to say that whether this new test has been helpful to you or not.
Those, because you can get in false negative, false positive on both ends of the spectrum with only doing single antigen bead and virtual cross matching only, unless you have a very robust system with lab as well as integration of clinical and lab together, of knowing where and how to use those tests and how to interpret
In fact,
them.
Dr. Ajay also knows that we had a recent case where Dr. Isha Kaul was like the patient was very sensitized. We had flow cytometric cross match, we had CDC cross match, both were positive, and SAB didn't turn out to be positive with all the antigens covered. We were clueless what to do. Then again, what we did was we again called for a repeat sample. We did it in dilution too. We thought it's a prozone phenomena. We found that the CDC, this time the SAB showed all positive results, positive antibodies, and the dilution was like these antibodies were fading out. So we again took out the historical sample, which we did. We again reran it, and we found that to be positive. So there was some procedural lapse which happened, but because flow cytometric cross match and CDC cross match was done, we were able to pick it up, and this is what we were discussing while coming here. As a physician, as a transplant immunologist, we need to understand where to stop, how to go further, right? So if the patient is sensitized and your flow cytometric cross match is positive, that means there is something. If patient is not sensitized, if flow cytometric cross match or CDC cross match is coming positive, you'll think about false positivity, right? Again, repeat flow cytometric or CDC cross match. If it is patient is not sensitized, then it's very much sensitized. Like Dr. Ajay told, let's evaluate the SAB again. So you need to know what to repeat, how to repeat.
One physical and one solid
Yeah.
waste.
That goes.
I think
So do you get prozone effect in single antigen bead assay also?
Yes.
I thought you get only with flow cytometry.
I think
We'll show in the cases, in the last part of the cases, कोई बात नहीं, कौन सा case हम कैसे
I think to summarize, what we should take from this is the CDC cross match. No, it is a very donor specific thing, and it just gives us a clear cut information of whether that antibody is a complement fixing antibody to that particular donor. This is very clear. The single antigen bead assay, or that is a very gene specific or the HLA specific antibody, and in case you have a sensitization history, you have a PRA which is positive, and if you have a antibody directed against that specific HLA, you may not get a positive flow cross match if the level of the antibody is low, but definitely you are heading towards an early AMR or a long-term chronic antibody-mediated rejection. So this is very clear. So what you need to know is, you need to know whether you have an antibody which is HLA specific, which is we can get to know from a PRA screen or a single antigen bead assay, which is a very specific for that particular HLA, and if you have any antibody which is donor specific, which will come to know from the CDC cross match. So in summary, if you have a sensitization history, if you have a PRA positive, then definitely all these patients have to undergo a single antigen bead assay. If you have no sensitization history, if your PRA is negative, flow cytometry CDC negative, that means this patient has no anti-HLA antibodies and it is safe to undergo transplant. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That was a very informative talk and an intense discussion of flow cytometry cross-match. I would like to call upon stage Dr. Ankit Mathur to talk on solid phase assays. Dr. at Bangalore Medical Services Trust, Bangalore. He has a postgraduate degree in transfusion medicine, a diploma in tissue bank from NUH Singapore, a fellowship in transplant immunology from Ohio State University, and he's also the scientific secretary of Asian Association of Transfusion Medicine and an NABH SSO.
Namaskara and good evening to everybody. From last 2 hours we are discussing about antigens and antibodies, and I already see many dull faces now. So I will be very quick and try to be very clear also, though in this field there's a lot of opportunity to make anybody confused. So but I will try my best to make things as clear as possible. So this is mentioning about Patel and Terasaki, and this paper is like Ganesh Puja and transplant immunology. So we begin with this slide like Ganesh Puja and any ceremony. So but over a period of time from CDC cross match and this we have come to various different tests. There's a journey from last in 15 years we have come from CDC, flow, and now there's an era of Luminex, and we already started discussing about applets and epitopes in our labs. So but just again to make somebody clear what is cross match and what is antibody analysis. In cross match we have to have a donor and we have to have a patient both. For the only antibody test, if you do not have a donor, still you can do the antibody analysis of the patient. So in the cross match we will have a donor cell and the patient serum, and we will match whether this is cross match is positive or negative, whether it is flow cross match, CDC cross match, or any other cross match. In antibody detection, if you do not have any donor available, then also you can analyze whether whether my patient has any HLA antibody present or not, my patient is sensitized or not, and this will help to select the donor if you have to select whether one donor number 1, 2, 3, or it's a disease donor transplant or a paired kidney transplant. And with the help of this antibody information, we do virtual cross match, we monitor the de-essential procedures which is happening pre-transplant as well as post-transplant development of these antibodies. So this is how this only antibody assays helps us using the platform which is called a Luminex or solid phase assay. So we already discussed about the serology, we already discussed about flow. Now I am going to discuss about solid phase assay, and I will talk about 3 tests which we do in our lab, all the HL lab. One we called is antibody screen, sometimes we called PRA screen, HLA screen, or anything. Second is PRA percentage panel reactive antibody, and third is single antigen test, which we say it's the most important test nowadays. We always do cell-based assay and the solid phase assays nowadays. Solid phase assay advantage from the lab side, what we see, yes, they are sensitive, specific, as well as easy to perform. Less subjectivity. So the procedure is simple, easy to perform, as well as most of the time easy to interpret it also. So it's clear to do the test and easy to interpret it. So that's the reason solid phase assays also gaining importance in the lab, apart from the cell based assay where you need cells. Like Dr. Shruti just mentioned about, you have to have a good quality cells and good quantity of the cells also. But in solid phase assay, the requirement of cells is not there. So we can easily perform these tests in the lab. So the first solid phase assay is HLA antibody screen. Like I said, sometimes we call it PRA screen or HLA screen or antibody screen or anything like this. So what is a screen is? A screen is qualitative bead-based immunoassay used to detect IgG antibodies of class 1 as well as class 2. So what do we have? Manufacturer gives us the pooled beads. So pool of certain HLA antigens at different pools. You can have 5 pools, you can have 7 pools, and so on. And we mix our patient's serum in this pool and we'll see which pool is reactive and which pool is not reactive, right? So this will give the information whether my patient is sensitized or not, whether patient has any HLA antibody present or not. The procedure is very simple, which Suchita is going to explain very soon now. So we have a bead, we incubate beads with our patient serum. After incubation, we add anti-IgG, which is attached with the phycoerythrin, which is a fluorescence producing dye. So after this, it will produce MF fluorescence, which we capture in Luminex in form of MFI. So with this information, we will get, with this test, we will get this information whether my test is positive or negative. So like if you see in this test, say first one is a positive control sample. So if you see, so there are 7 pool in class 1 and 5 pools in class 2. So pool 1 will have many HLA antigens going in this. Pool 2 will have another set of HLA antigens going in this, and I'm incubating my antibodies, my patient serum in different pools. So if it is positive for class 1, I will say, okay, patient is having some antibody in class 1. If it is positive for class 2, I will say positive for class 2. So information is very simple. It is positive or negative, means patients have some HLA antibody present or not. It's a good test in terms of as far as finances are concerned. It's a low cost test, reasonable approach of detecting the presence of HLA antibodies. Good to know when patient is good test, reasonably okay when patient do not have a sensitization history, like if the patient has no transplant, male patient. For this category of patient, if we just want to detect patient में antibody है या नहीं है, yes or no, this is a easy to perform and very cost effective technique. But the limitation of sensitivity is there because we are pooling lot of antigens. So if the patient has low titer antibody and this suppose is A24 antibody, A24 antigen has gone into one pool which is mixed with several different antigens. So may or may not always be positive. So this is a limitation, sensitivity is the limitation of this of this test. But still, like I said, most of our transplants are still living donor transplant and the first transplant, and many times with male patients, and for those category of the transplant, this test is reasonable good approach to find out antibodies presence or not. In the the paper which was published by Delhi group from Medanta, the BL Kapoor and Apollo, they have explained the use of this test, the HLA antibody screen with the flow cross match, how this combination of these two tests give very good results. In this paper they have explained. Like I said, it's a easy to perform test, and with the most of the time we do like in this cases where the patient is male, no history of transfusion and so on, and screen is negative, your cross matches are negative, you can directly go ahead with the transplant without any hesitation. Second immunoassay solid phase test is PRA, panel reactive antibody test. This means, this gives an index of sensitization. My patient is positive, yes, but what is the extent of immunization, whether it is 0% or 100%. 0 to 100 means it's going a large, like, okay, low sensitization means 0 to 20%, and highly sensitized means more than 80 to 90%. How we perform this test, the results are expressed in form of percentage, that's what I said. This is HLA specific and objective, and this is not donor specific definitely. So we give this test results in form of percentage, 0 to 100%. This meaning meaning should be like this, is a proportion to the population. Like if I have 100 donors, if the PRA score is 80%, if I have 100 donors available, cross match should be positive with 80 donors. That's the meaning of this test. So it's a extent of immunization or extent of sensitization which you can say in form of PRA. PRA percentage, like this test, percent PRA test, which is simple. Again, the test procedure is very simple and almost exactly the same what we did in screen test. Again, beads provided by the manufacturer. We incubate with the patient serum. Again, add anti-IgG with phycoerythrin and read the results in Luminex. This is how this test is performed. The reports look like this, and finally we have a percent here, which is what it could be like 0 to 30%, and it, like I said, it's give me the level of sensitization, whether it is 0% or close to 100%. There are a lot of limitations in this test. The beads which we use in our labs, these are not our Indian population specific. They represent the Caucasian population. So the percent what we get is not exactly the percent of the representation of the donor population which we have in our country. And second is, primarily our program is living donor program. We already have one donor selected. Like there's most of the time only one donor the patient is having. Whether it is 0% or 100%, this percent doesn't make any sense for me. I have to finally depend on the cross match, whether cross match is negative hai ya nahi hai. So that's the whole idea. So going for this kind of percentage doesn't make any sense for living donor program. And just to be careful, when we talk about PRA and we talk about PRA, which test we do here in Bombay, Bangalore or Delhi, this test is different what Western world use the term CPRA, which is calculated PRA, which is done on the basis of single antigen test and compare with the donors HLA, donor populations HLA typing. So in this sense, in India, in our country, this test has a very limited role. Coming to the third and the last test, and nowadays we consider this the most important test in the HLA lab, which is called single antigen bead assay. Why do we call first of all single antigen bead? Because each antigen is represented on one bead. So I will have bead for A2402, I will have one bead for A2404, I will have bead for B44 and so on. And then I will find out which bead is reacting to my patient serum, and that wherever the reaction is, that antibody is present. So what do we have? We have antigen target to which antibodies will bind, and we will have a semi-quantitative assessment of the amount of antibodies, whether it will in form of MFI values. Procedure wise, again we have close to 100 beads provided by the manufacturer. Each bead will represent of particular HLA antigen or HLA allele, and then we incubate with our patient serum. Antigen antibody reaction will happen. Then we add antibody which is conjugated with phycoerythrin, and finally we see from Luminex we find out the MFI values of this reaction. Again, the same representation of what I just mentioned. Measurement is done in form of MFIs like this. So one side on this side you have the different beads representing which allele or which antigen it is, and another side we have MFI values. So if you see this bead have almost 10-15,000 MFI value, it's very high, but this bead is negative. So this is how the reports come finally in the Luminex, and we interpreted the reports, and then we give then we assign the antibodies. So again the same thing represented like this. So there is a bead, which bead represent which antigens given here, and the MFI values present here, and whether it is positive or negative. That's how we interpret it. So it's an objective test. It's some sort of automated. Easily we interpreted the reports and everything. It's a rapid test. In 2-3 hours we can finish the test. Many tests we can do together if we have. Application, how to use this test finally in the lab. So first of all, what we do whenever we find out the antibodies, if we have a donor available, we say, okay, which antibody is donor specific. So if we have a donor available, if we do not have donor available, then we see which should be the unacceptable antigens for this particular patient. So we need to check whether if the diseased donor or paired kidney donation, we should not have that antigens in the donor. So that's how we do the virtual cross match. It helps in better donor selection. It helps in organ allocation in case of disease donation program or paired kidney the program. Also it's in the living donor program, again it helps in desensitization and monitoring. If you have a donor specific antibody of 5,000 MFI value, you try to reduce that antibody and see this antibody is after this the plasmapheresis program, you see whether this antibody has gone down or not. So there are, like sir was mentioning about a lot of what can be the problems in these tests. So single antigen also could be false positive and also could be false negative. So where it could be false positive, so there are some denatured, if if from the manufacturer side, if some of the antigens are denatured, we will get antibody, the antibodies are reacting with, or the serum is reacting with many of these beads. So because of denaturation of the beads, we see the false positivity happening in this in these tests. Many times some of the antibodies may not be even clinically relevant, but though your full cross match will be positive, like we say, okay, DP antibodies or C antibodies are clinically less relevant than if you have A and B. So but this test will pick all the antibodies. It could be false negative also, the false negative because of flow zone, like we discussed just now, and also it could be false negative in terms of if the beads do not represent all the antigens of our population. There was a study from CMC Vellore, and they found there are a couple of antigens which are not represented, Indian population antigens which are not represented by the beads or the kits which we get from the manufacturers. These are from, most of the time they are from US. So in this way, the single antigen could be false positive and false negative. With the help of single antigen, we do virtual cross match. For virtual cross match, instead of patient serum, we use patient single antigen report, which will tell me, okay, कौन सा antibody patient में develop है. Instead of donor cell, I will have donor HLA typing. Okay, donor में कौन सा HLA antigen present है. Then instead of looking at the cell lysis, I will interpret the donor specific antibodies. So this is my analysis instead of looking at the cell lysis. So this is how we do the virtual cross match, which you can do in your office also with the help of these reports. And we have many studies have come now which say, okay, this has a good correlation between the physical cross match and the virtual cross match, and SAB and cross match has very good correlation finally with the physical cross match. So many centers in US now prefer to do virtual cross match, especially for cadaver transplant program when physical cross match is difficult to perform and getting delayed. Virtual cross match, like I just mentioned, we can find out unexpected antibodies. This is unexpected antigens. We will find out from this. This is used for a highly sensitized patient, And if we, in the living donor program, we monitor monitor the descension in the patients, and early detection also can happen if we monitor again post transplant as well. So, we have to keep in mind, we depend on single antigen, in virtual cross match, we have to have a latest single antigen test report in case if patient has any sensitization event in between that, and we use the old single antigen test report, it could be problematic for us. And we depend on MF5 values in the single antigen test, but MF5 values are not truly quantitative, they are semi-quantitative assay. And this because of, like I said, cryptic epitopes or denatured antigen, it could be false positive and unnecessary, creating your virtual cross-match positive, which could be negative also. And also the SAB could be false negative in case of flow zone and non-representation of antigens. Still, this is considered a good technique or a tool to do the cross match, especially in case of patients who are highly sensitized or not getting a transplant easily in our cadaver transplant program or even in the paired kidney program. This is the comparison of what all three assays I just now mentioned. First is a screen, second is phenotype based the PRA test, and the third is single antigen bead assay. And this is the comparison of all three assays in short or in summary. So we are discussing about which test, how to do, when to perform and all. In transplant immunology, we say none of the test is perfect. So we always have to have a combination of different tests, combination of cell-based tests and solid phase assays, and then finally find out, okay, whether my patient is going for transplant is safe or not, and what's the risk stratification of this particular patient. With the help of whatever we discussed today, like three category of tests we have discussed, I think it will help you in deciding your protocol, which will be helpful for you to have a combination of CDC, flow, screen, PRA, single antigen, when to use which test. You can make an algorithm of your own center and use your protocol for this algorithm. Of course, the suitable protocol will vary from center to center, lab or hospital to whether your program is primarily for living, cadaver and so on, whether you deal with the mostly sensitized patient or non-sensitive patient and so on. And of course, cost effectiveness has to be seen. We always have a limitation in India. With this, thank you so much.
We see the solid phase assay demonstration. These are the bead mixtures. Is for PRA screening beads. You have to take 5 microliter of beads. This is single antigen bead mixture for class 1 antigen antibodies. And for class 2 single antigen bead. So after adding the beads, the serum is added. So 20 microliter of DTT treated serum is added to the beads. So the tubes are covered and it is vortex to mix properly. So after mixing, there is a 30 minutes of incubation period. So we have to keep the tubes on rotating shaker for 30 minutes. uh, followed by incubation period, we have to wash the beads to remove the excess antibodies. So there is a washing buffer that has to be diluted first. So 150 microliter of washing buffer is added in each tube. Mix it, and we have centrifuge at 13,000 rpm for 2 minutes. So after centrifugation, you have to discard the supernatant. So again the washing procedure. So we have to wash the beads 3 times. After 3 washes, we have to add the PE conjugate, the fluorescent dye conjugated with IgG antibodies. So the diluted conjugated added 100 microliter of conjugate added in each tube. Tubes are mixed, and then again there is a 30 minutes of incubation onto the shaker. After incubation, again 3 washing steps are there. This is a Luminex 3D flex map machine. So now after 3 washes, second 3 washes, we have to resuspend the beads in 70 microliter of washing buffer to acquire the beads. The batch is prepared. So this is a mix screen test. We have to select the protocol and the lot number properly. We have to assign the whales in the batch, name the patients, tubes in the tray to do the acquisition. So PRA screen beads are getting captured in the particular region. These are the MFI readings which are given by the acquisition. and the CSV file is generated. This CSV file is exported to the Fusion software. There is an analysis software. Thank you.
Any questions? One or two questions for this session, because we have a 15-minute session left, followed by cases.
Thank you, sir, for making it so simple and easy to understand for all of us. Moving on to the next speaker, I'd like to call upon Dr. Anil Tarigopula to give us an overview of quality control in HLA laboratory. Dr. Anil Tarigopula is a senior consultant, cytogenetics and molecular diagnostics laboratory at Coimbatore Kidney Center and Multi-Specialty Hospitals, Coimbatore. He has about 23 publications in peer-reviewed journals, and he's an NABL technical assessor for molecular testing and histocompatibility.
Thanks to the organizers for giving me the opportunity to share my thoughts on quality requirements in HLA laboratory. And okay, quality is something I believe we should not be talking about. It shows in our work. So I think all the previous speakers have already covered quite a bit of the technical requirements for quality regarding validations and all that. But nevertheless, since the topic is there, I'll take you through a small journey of what is. So what is quality? For everybody, we should know what quality is. Not something high, low, medium. So quality is defined in ISO 9000:2005 as degree to which a set of inherent characteristics fulfills requirements. So who gives these requirements? There are standard guidelines which tell you how to do a test, what sample, what purpose, how to interpret, where to use, what are the limitations, everything is given in a standard guideline from, for example, in HLA we have ASHI, FE and PSHI which give us the guidelines. So what are the questions that we want to answer when somebody asks us about quality? The first one is, how do histocompatibility laboratories ensure that the results of their assays are correct? How do they ensure that patients are not harmed by incorrect results, or that research studies, if you are doing a research, the test itself should not be a research assay. It should be a validated assay. It should not be built on inaccurate data. So what is required in a laboratory, what happens in the laboratory is way more than adding samples in tubes and running them on instruments. A formal system of quality management with both internal quality controls and external checks, where some external agency also checks you. They are required for maintaining the quality of the lab. Now there is something called quality management system. It is basically every laboratory, apart from doing the work, they also organize the work in the form of formal policies, including MOUs. Like for example, a clinician, different clinicians may have different requirements for testing. Somebody may want a PRA screening. If it is positive, then only I want a single antigen bead assay. So you need to have an MOU with every physician and have a clear policy on how you are going to work up for each of their transplant programs. So all including policies, procedures, responsibilities, who takes the responsibility for testing, who is responsible for interpretation, troubleshooting, who is the overall responsible legally in the thing, because it's also covered in the Transplant Act. All these things have to be formulated. So there are certain documents which are there. There is a quality manual. Those in the laboratory are familiar with this. This is just a collection of how you meet the requirements of the standard. You list out everything as a policy. Then you have a technical procedure manual. You cannot change the test procedure every day. You need to validate, lock it and do it in your laboratory. Maximum thing is, as per if there is any variation in the sample or a requirement, you may have to alter one or two steps, but you cannot change the technical procedure. So you need to have a defined procedure which is called an SOP. Then there is something called quality control procedures. How you do the test is technical procedure. Quality control procedure is a mandate where whether my test is valid, I have done all proper sample I have taken, I have done all these, whether my results are valid or not. You need to have a quality check on everything before you release it. And remember, in a laboratory there is no guesswork, there is nothing left to imagination. We leave imagination along with our footwear when we go into the lab. So something which is not documented is not being done. So if you want evidence, if you want to troubleshoot something, some mix-up has been there. If you have not exactly captured the data as you were testing, 3 or 4 patient samples you have tested, how do I know which samples were tested together at a later date when I have a problem with one of the cases? I need to document each and everything. There is a requirement for this.
and also document control. Whatever policies, procedures I use, they should be latest, and people in the laboratory should not have access to something which is old and obsolete, right? So maintaining the currentness of all your documents is document control. That does not mean you put under password or a key and lock. It means that the current required documents for performing the procedure, records, all the policies are all current. And you should also have an active audit. Audit should be very thorough, which should be done by a subject expert in the laboratory. Assessments are usually sample audits done by an external agency. Now, there is the topic given to me was quality control. Now, quality control is limited to activities. For example, I do an internal control, a negative control, and a positive control. Those things are quality control. That determines whether particular assay I am doing is valid or not. There is something more encompassing. Apart from just doing the test properly, I need to make sure that there are adequate qualified personnel, they are trained and updated. My systems in the IT systems are not giving out a report which changes after I release the report. So there are so many other aspects to quality assurance, right? So, for example, are my staff competent to perform the assay? Is equipment functioning correctly? Reagents, are they of good quality? Every test, just by the name, there are a lot of things which go into testing. So each and every component of it, when you look at it, it is a total quality assurance program for the laboratory. And remember, histocompatibility immunogenetics comes under high complexity testing. These are not simple tests. They require a lot of understanding, validations and standardizations before you do it, and a lot of concentration, attention to detail when you do the tests. So broadly, the testing process, there are various elements. It's not, in a laboratory, it's a controlled environment. You receive a sample and do a test. But there are a lot of things. 70% of errors in a laboratory happen in the extra analytical phase. 70% happen in the pre-analytical, another 15% happen in the post-analytical. 15% of the errors, they are directly due to analytical. If all your lab is functioning well, 15% of total errors captured will be because of analytical, 70% will be pre-analytical. I still remember madam was saying that when you transport samples across, cell viability is compromised. Garbage in, garbage out. So, just because logistics is not good, my test cannot be modified. I need to make sure that I have the right kind of sample, right quality of it. It should be pristine when I do the test, so that I don't need to imagine which is a dead cell at start and which is dying because of complement fixation. So, there are like DNA extraction doesn't get affected. A peripheral blood sample which is an EDTA, up to 7 days you will get good quality of DNA. But we should be very clear about what is the turnaround time for each of these, transport, all these things can also affect. So, pre-analytical basically test request and sample collection and identification. In cross-match and very few tests, I think it's only in transplant immunology that have 2 patient samples going in to give 1 report in a cross-match. Even blood bags and transfusion also is a blood bag with a patient, it's not a two individuals. So, identification, it's a directional, cross-match is directional. You do the ulta way, it is not valid. You are looking at donor cells and recipient serum, right? You collect wrongly, it's again, all these things can, a wrong report on, right report on a wrong sample is a crime. So, it's responsibility of the laboratory to have systems in place to ensure the traceability of identification. This is there clearly mentioned in the ASHI standards also. We should have policies and procedures whereby we identify the patient from the test request form, the clinician's attestation, and till the end, till the report, it should be maintained, identity. I won't go into details of analytical systems already dealt with. Post-analytical test reports, you receive a report, there is a typographic error. It's a significant thing because you really, a lot of times the clinicians will take a positive result as positive at face value and go ahead, right? So, we have to be very careful when we put systems in. There should be double check if you are having a manual system. Computer system, validate your lab information management system or lab information system before you start using it to release patient reports. Now, for each of the procedures, I won't go into the detail. This is just to tell you that for each of these procedures, there is a standard available in the ASHI. ASHI, EFI is also an adaptation of ASHI. ASHI is the parent body. It's not American, though it says American. It's basically global. People from madam may be a member of it. So, everybody contributes to ASHI, just that it is physically located there. But I'm sure Dr. Ankit, all of us are also members of ASHI. We mostly learn, we contribute not much to the procedures, but yes, that is the standard. Every single procedure that we perform, which has a requirement in the clinic, has a standard associated. Standard is nothing but a set of rules and guidelines which you have to implement in your laboratory while performing the test. Whether before you implement, there are requirements. When you implement and start doing, how to do the test, and also how to review the data, how to participate in assessments, all that is given there. So ASHE standards are revised almost every year. The latest one is December 2023. Now there are few things which I thought I'll highlight regarding the common tests that we do. CDC cross match, what do we expect from a laboratory? What I should do in a laboratory? Have written criteria or protocols to select appropriate serum samples. Which test I am going to compulsorily do a B and T along with DTT and auto cross match. If you do it universally, it's good, but sometimes clinicians may just, it depends on the transplant program. It's a semi-clinical work. So the clinician may want you to do a basic cross match. So that protocol is also available in ASHE. But it is recommended that you do a higher sensitivity assay than the basic NIH protocol. Protocols are there in the manual. So there should be a clear MOU with every clinician who is sending you samples. The clinician assumes the responsibility for selection of samples. It's a semi-clinical thing. Lab is not devoid of clinical work. Cell isolation. In the laboratory, I must ensure that I capture the cell count, purity if I am doing BNT, and also viability. These are the three most important parameters which go into deciding whether you are testing a good sample or a bad sample. Any compromise in this, if you still go ahead and do the sample, you have to clearly mention in the report. Any deviation from the requirement, we have to mention in the report that the sample was compromised. So please take the results with care. And before you start doing a CDC cross match, because this is a lab developed procedure, this is not a kit which comes, you need to validate the entire procedure. You have to validate along with the reagents and controls, everything you have to validate. And one interesting thing which I discovered very recently was, normally, like Madam was saying, that B cells are more susceptible to cell lysis with complement. The reason is B cells have lesser expression of CD55 and CD59 on the surface. So there are 1 lambda in fact produces T cell separate complement, B cell specific complement. If we are not doing that, we should actually titrate the complement for B cells separately. Use a dilute version of the complement for B cells, that we should standardize. So this, we had one case where even in the medium or without adding any serum, B cell death was seen. So that when we worked out and did a lot of literature review, when I read about PNH, this I discussed with Dr. Dolly also, I had a lot of problem with this case. So when I actually saw that, I understood, I should be able to share with everybody, because this is very good to implement, because B cells should not be more susceptible with complement. It's because of anti-complement DAF and CD55, 59 are expressed on lesser amounts on the surface of B cells. That's why you see a lot of, but we need to use a different concentration of complement for that. Now serial dilutions, all these have been covered. One important thing is negative control. Some labs put only medium. It is not okay. You should use serum, because non-specific antibody binding will be missed when you use only medium. There are quite a few labs which just add the medium, that we have to be very careful. And scoring, what we do is eyeball indexing. We don't count the cells to say it is 20% or, so it's a scoring. So a lot of training is required to make sure that what A, B or C in the lab calls as 50% plus is actually 50% plus. So ASHE has devised a mechanism by which people can easily score without actually counting the cells. You can say less than 10, 10 to 20, 20 to 50, 50 to 80 and 80 and above. So that scores are assigned. And when you score, you should have a sheet in which at least 2 people are scoring the same tray, each and every well, and write their findings for each titer, each dilution and all the controls. Everything should be documented. This is data capture. You are reading the results. Reading the results is different from interpretation. First, your reading of results has to be done objectively. Then you look at the entire data, look at control results, you look at everything, analyze and interpret the results. So this is very important, and concurrent recording of results and quality control data while doing the test is most important in a laboratory, because if I ask someone, what did you eat 3 days back, nobody knows. Something went wrong for the patient, you get to know 2 days after transplant, I need to cross check whether my transplant cross match was okay or not. I need to have a record of what exactly was seen, because we don't capture the pictures. This is not like flow cytometry where you can actually reanalyze the data. So you need to have a capture of each and every well's reading by at least 2 people in the lab. Now, flow cytometry, sir, has already touched a lot on, so all these things are there. Daily calibrations must be run, daily controls and calibrators must be run. You should establish threshold values to call something positive or negative, a proper validation. This is again a lab developed procedure. So, one laboratory doing flow cross match is, a lab may say I am doing flow cross match, but the actual thing that you need is the details. It's not what they call it. I might call a buffalo as a donkey, but that does not make it. So we have to go into the details. Even the nephrologist and the transplant physician should also enter the laboratory. You need not work, but you should know how it should be done. That is working knowledge of the test that you should have. Okay, I won't go into the details further in this. Solid phase assays, again, you have to validate. And remember, the 750 or 1000 MFI cutoffs, these are all arbitrary. In fact, it is your risk assumption. A transplant team may decide to transplant a case at 5000 MFI because your protocol can take care of it. So, whatever cutoff is used, it does not matter. And Luminex also, the report that you get, again the beauty of results is in the details, which most often the labs will not release in the report. But every nephrologist or every transplant physician, madam is a nephrologist, so she will know everything about every single column, every single row in the Luminex report has a meaning. So you should know how to read the report. That I would encourage. I mean that one part, if how to see the quality control data, whether it's passed or not. I mean a lot of decisions. And virtual cross match is not a laboratory test. It's a laboratory, it's not a lab test. It cannot be put in any accreditation for as a test. It is a consultation. So somebody may do a virtual cross match with only AB, only DR, only AB, DR. So everybody calls it virtual cross match. If you do it properly, it's a consultation. It depends upon the reading level, the knowledge of the person who is interpreting, what kind of data you have. Basically, you are taking 2 tests and seeing how you can use these tests to, you don't actually perform a test. So it's a consultation. Even if you see the recent articles, Bray et al., Bray is the one who wrote the main article for flow cytometry. The UCLA from US, which conducts the largest ASHI accredited EQA program, they just published their data saying that virtual cross match, we were also participating from Apollo those days, and we just used to do a paper challenge. We were actually not doing a test. They published some random generalized sweeping statements. Bray rebutted that. So please go and read the last year's UCLA summary of their EQA program. Bray has written 2 supplements to it, to which the UCLA, the Arlene Locke is the one who authored it. She is the coordinator for the EQA program. It's very interesting because the response from her was not at all, I mean, Bray is totally scientific in his approach. Those 3 articles will give us a comprehensive view of how to deal with these physical and virtual cross matches. Okay, if you are using results in a virtual cross match, like Dr. Ankit has already said, please take the relevant samples, historical and current, if you want to evaluate together. Please do that. Right? Then typing has its own, again, in typing I would like to mention one thing. There are, you have SSP, you have serologic typing. Still some places are doing serologic because it's cost effective and some people are more familiar with that. The older organizations, some of them are still doing it. But you cannot accredit it because it's recommended to go for a molecular typing. SSP, SSO, you have SBT, sequence based typing, different methods are there. But eventually I have to call spade a spade. I cannot call it something else. So I need to make sure that we should understand how accurate or what are the limitations of all these. Luminex, it's good for a first field typing. Some labs may be giving you reports of a second field or whatever, but remember that Luminex you can only do a low resolution typing. You don't actually sequence it. It's a reverse hybridization of the oligonucleotides amplified from the sample. And remember, any of these typing methods have certain ambiguities. Not all of them are capable of calling a homozygous. If you are getting all 3 loci homozygous, please retest it once. Because homozygous and heterozygous, those things, no, not everywhere you find, if you don't have a consanguinity, all those things, please do recheck it, right? So, I mean, this if you have an ambiguous result, if you are not able to assign an antigen basically it's an antigen, one field, no, antigen or gene group, you should go for higher resolution typing. And one more thing is, laboratory should not adjust, you should know the specificities of each and every probe in the HLA type for each locus, because sometimes there will be a probe which is hitting a fluorescence near the borderline. Some labs may have a tendency to adjust it, call a negative positive if it's around the borderline. So it is genotyping. Once you change it, the assignment will change, right? There we have to be very, very careful. When you adjust a probe, think, I will recheck it with outside lab. If I am not, check your quality control, everything has passed till you have ambiguity, send it out for a high resolution typing, because ambiguities are known, right? Now, NGS is not only technically challenging, it is also a little bit high on informatics, bioinformatics. So there are different levels of data analysis, comprises about 70% of your lab work in NGS. Again, here there are different, you have to, a lab which is doing NGS has to define, and lab should not try to save expense of reagents by doing quarter reactions, half reactions, 1/8. These are commonplace. So most of our Indian labs don't participate in a standard EQA program. So those things will not be detected, right? So honesty has to be absolute. You cannot be 95% honest. I will do 90 tests properly, 10 tests I will come. That should not be there, especially in genotyping. Please don't, no lab should take a risk on that. Adhere, because these are all highly multiplexed assays where multiple amplicons are competing, multiple primers and probes are there which are competing for amplification. So you have to go by the manufacturer's protocol and do it. There are a lot of quality steps, primary data, secondary analysis, then you give out a report. There is a lot of analysis here. Those who are familiar with the workflow will understand. It's difficult to explain this in a shorter duration, but the requirement for quality is enormous in NGS. At every step, you have to be very careful. Primary data, the sequence reads, you have to run your control along with the sequence. Then you have to, and you need to have, ideally you should run positive controls with every typing. There are labs which don't do a negative control itself to look for contamination, even in Luminex. I am telling because lab should not compromise on quality. The cost of poor quality is more than implementing good quality work. And that was all about internally how you work, how you standardize, do the work. There is something called proficiency testing which laboratories do, like writing a board exam. So you participate in a program, a graded program where an external agency gives a certified product to you, you test it and you give the report. They will compare all and grade. In US it is mandatory. If you want to do, if you have to do HLA for clinical cases, you have to participate in an graded EQA program. So once a program is available, you should participate in it, and proficiency testing samples should be tested like your routine samples. I cannot say I will do replicates of this. Routinely I am testing a patient sample once only, but this I want to pass my exam, so I will do it twice. No, then we are trusted by the public to do, when they are not observing us, we are supposed to do as per the rule, right? They are not expecting us to deviate. So doing an EQA sample differently from your routine patient samples is not a right trend, thing to do. I'm not saying most of us do the right thing, but there are some deviations. That's why these things are clearly mentioned in the ASHI guidelines also. Now, if you have 4 technicians in the lab, 4 of them are doing the test, you should rotate them also. Each time the cycle program comes, you should rotate them, because patient samples everybody is testing. Proficiency testing also everybody should test. And because of data analysis being a big thing, some of the labs do the wet lab work and outsource for data processing. That is not, that cannot be accredited at least, and it's not acceptable. Definitely if you get a PT program, a PT sample, you cannot do that. You have to test only up to the extent to which you do in your laboratory. You cannot outsource to someone, get their results and submit. That cannot be done. These are all rules in proficiency testing. In case there are analytes for which you are not able to get a proficiency testing program easily available, you have alternate approaches. Again, you have to, there are CLSI guidelines on how to implement it. Many labs, they just do a test and the same sample they split with the other lab. That is not the way, because there you will never have an outlier, because you will always pass. If you get a wrong result, you will not submit it to the assessment team for checking whether that result is, I mean, you won't have outlier any time. If I have not seen a lab till now which had an outlier in a split sample testing with outside lab. So ILC is also done in a certain way. There are guidelines on how to, you have to have an MOU with another lab. Who is going to assess? Suppose I am sending my samples to them, I am the reference lab for this, my result is taken as gold standard. They can contest it. So you should formulate rules like that. You get the idea, right? ILC has to be done similar to a PT, but we are not having a third party PT. We are doing between two or more labs. Okay, this is the last. And always review your quality data, and also check competency, training levels of your technicians, and always take feedback and complaints of clinicians. Any feedback is a potential complaint for a laboratory. So even a good feedback, sometimes you have to go and ask them whether you really mean it, because every feedback should be used as an opportunity for improvement. Like sometimes they appreciate and next day they don't give the sample. So we have to look out, right? As a laboratory, we should always be awake. So there are a lot of advantages of going for accreditation. You automatically, when you go for this, you automatically get all your processes in place. And accreditation does not mean that you are 100% from the start. It's a continual evolution. First you get to 1. Once you go to the next step, don't come back, don't go down. Stay there, and that is called continual improvement, not continuous, continual. Plan, do, check and act, no, all these, everybody knows all these. So the universal standard, agnostic of any discipline, agnostic of size of laboratory, is ISO 15189, which is a consensus ISO document for implementing, evaluation is a byproduct, implementing quality and competence in a medical laboratory. And NABL is an agency in India which offers accreditation services for labs applying even in histocompatibility. Thank you.
Has there been any study which has looked at comparing outcome when HLE typing is done serologically and with molecular typing?
Sir, actually, things have evolved. Like when
I agree. People have just moved to molecular typing, but has anyone looked at?
Serologic typing is not adequate as of today, because the plate is limited. The number of antigens that you actually detect in a serology is limited, and it is not very. DNA is a much more. It's a syntax, right? It's like grammar.
So serology will still give up to allelic level.
Yeah, I'm just saying from a clinical standpoint, has there been any study which has compared the prior transplants with the recent transplants with the benefit of molecular typing? Has there been any study?
Sir, the thing is, why you want to get the typing done? Serological typing is good enough for relation establishment, right? It was there. Even if you do it right now, it will give you an answer, right? But when we are talking about transplant immunology, where we need to know whether antibody is developed against that antigen or not, we need up to second field.
No, I'm not denying what we should do. I'm just saying that is there any study which has looked at retrospective data and the data?
For this, my answer would be that for the sake of typing, any typing is good, because I am just calling something. But if I want to use the data in evaluation, suppose I am doing an antibody evaluation and I am trying to do things have moved. So now I want to actually look without, now deceased donor, suppose I don't have all the details. I have only the typing available. His cells are not available for further any other tests. So using serology, the limitation is you don't have all the information that you require for interpretation. and not all the antigens are reproducible. There will be a lot of gaps in that. Like especially if you do not detect a second antigen in A locus, I really don't know whether you are not able to detect it or it is homozygous. Same thing with Luminex also. Like actually Luminex, there can be bias in hybridization and amplification. So we say go with caution. Always look at the probe reactivities. If it is different in your sample, you need to look at it carefully. So already the proven benefit of the later DNA technologies, I think that question gets answered because all the information that is coming out for outcome evaluations are based on single antigen bead assays and DNA based typing.
So my question, let me put it other way. See, there was an era when no calcineurin inhibitors were available. What was the transplant outcome in that era and what it is now? Clearly, your short-term outcome is far superior. It's good. In the same way, is there any study which has looked at possibly at that time the immunosuppressants were poor, so you can't compare it? Okay. It's difficult to compare because there was
It's evolved over a period of time.
the treatment is different.
So we have put together some interesting cases. 34-year-old male underwent a living donor renal transplant in 2014, donor being his mother, lost his graft to antibody-mediated rejection in 2022, currently on dialysis, now being evaluated for second living donor transplant, no history of blood transfusions in the past. These are the reports. So now you can see auto T cells. So whatever we have gone through in the last 3-4 hours, we'll try to represent each and every situation for you. Auto T cell negative, auto B cell negative, allo T cell negative, allo B cell negative. Okay. PRA antibody screen is done. Like we said, one solid phase, one physical. Class 1 is positive. Now what would you like to do next? Anyone? Okay. So this is the SAB. So I've made it red for you so that you know. So how do you interpret? So here the VXM is positive, no? Clearly positive. The virtual is positive. And this is the flow cross match. Flow cross match is negative. How do you explain this? Any reason? Correct. So this is the prozone phenomenon where there is excessive HLA antibodies and they are not able to bind and cause a reaction because there is excessive antibody. So when we see this, we will have to dilute it further and we will have to elicit a positive response. So see now, what we saw earlier was a neat serum. Okay. Now 1 in 8, 1 in 8, 1 in 16, 1 in C. As the dilution increases, the reaction increases. So you might think otherwise कि when you are diluting the serum, antibodies कम हो रहे, reaction कम होना चाहिए. This is the reverse. This is the prozone phenomenon. So that's what Dr. Zarigopula is also saying. Look into the report. Go into the nitty-gritty. Just don't go on the face value of it. Understand why it is negative and why this is positive. It has to correlate. 1 plus 1 is supposed to be 2. Okay, 52-year-old male suffering from hypertension, CKD stage 5, evaluated for living donor transplant, donor being his brother. He has history of recent blood transfusions 2 months back. This is the report. Auto cross match is negative, T cell, allo is T cell negative. Auto is positive, allo B cell, both the B cells at auto and allo are positive. PRA screening when done, both are negative. What does this mean? Yes, someone was saying. You are correct. Tell me. He has developed what? So, autoantibodies, because if you see the auto is positive, look at that. That should be a big indicator to you that this is false positive. Okay, so now what is required to be done? DTT treatment. So, if you look at this, you have AHG enhanced T cell, auto, allo, which are negative. Auto and allo B cell are coming positive with NEAT 1 in 2, 1 in 4 and 1 in 8 dilutions. But the moment you add DTT, everything turns negative. That means this was IgM. You can do that also, but if you want to be thorough,
Even at 37, IgM can come positive. So you have to do TDT. So theoretically, the IgM does not work at 37, it works at below 22 degree and everything is there. But in practice, when you see in vitro, IgM can cause 37 degree positive, and once we do DTT treatment, it becomes.
so these are IgM type of antibodies. They are harmless antibodies as per the literature, and these are not relevant to transplantation, but sometime there is a caveat. There can be an isotype switch, so that's what I have put a caveat there.
The thing is that this patient had only two. This patient had a history of blood transfusion 2 months before. So a repeat cross match should be done after some time. With DTT, it might turn out to be positive if isotype switching happens.
That's why we have written isotype switch IgM to IgG can happen within 15 days to 30 days. Always repeat the cross match. Remember that. You all can comment. So IgM antibodies, when they are IgM, they are not relevant, but they might get a class switch. So say for example, 15 days back you did a cross match, you did the transplant, and then later you got a rejection because those antibodies are there. So be careful. 32-year-old male with CKD for a living donor transplant. Donor is his mother. He has history of transfusions in the past. He does not have history of any other transplant in the past. This is the immunology workup. CDC cross match with DTT, routine, negative. Flow cross match, T cell, B cell, negative. HLA antibody screening. Class 1 is negative, class 2 is positive. You can see the HLA typing. Will you proceed for the transplant? So what would you like to do next? SAB. This is the SAB. And look at the HLA. DR beta 1. Donor has 1301. Why I said DR beta 1? Because you have DR beta antibodies, no? So now you want to look at DSAs, no? So now you look at this. The donor has DR beta 1, 1301, 0701. Recipient has 1301 and 1501. No, it is not negative. So HLA-DR beta 345 genes are very closely linked to the HLA-DR beta 1 loci. So they exhibit a very strong linkage disequilibrium, often with class 2. So within such haplotypes, the DR beta 1 antigen determines the presence or absence of HLA beta 345 genes. So if you look at this, you need to do the DR beta 345 to identify if the HLA antibodies which you are seeing in the recipient has an antigen on the donor. So DR beta 1, 0701, which is there on the donor, is strongly associated with DR beta 4, which is DR beta 53, DR 53. Hence DR beta 4, which is an MFI of 28,000, is also a donor specific antibody. DR beta 345 typing will confirm the presence or absence. So we will want to do a DR beta 345 typing. So see A, B, C, DR, DP, DQ, you are doing that. Now, when you do an NGS, DP and DQ will have an alpha, it will have a beta, it may not have an alpha. So, you still get an incomplete typing with NGS. You may feel that you get an extensive typing, but you still get an incomplete typing. So, if you have a DQ antibody, you have an incomplete chain. So, that is not a shortcut to the complete typing. So, always try to look at the typing you are doing and the reason why you are doing the typing. If you are doing a typing for relationship proof, even serology is fine. But if you are doing a typing for scientific purposes, that you want to first immune stratify the patient and then you want to follow the patient lifelong to understand if DSAs are developing de novo or what were the DSAs before and what are they doing now, then you need a scientifically good typing. Presently, SSOP is a good typing with a high resolution kits are available wherein you can get, without ambiguity, you can get the results. Like Dr. Tarun Gopula said and Dr. Ankit said that if you get some ambiguity, you can flex to a higher resolution typing for that reason itself. But at present, that Luminex remains the best bet you have for a virtual cross match. 59-year-old male with ESKD being prepared for an ABO incompatible transplant, living donor, renal transplant, donor being his wife. He has no history of blood transfusions or any sensitization history in the past. CDC is negative with all the treatments. Flow cross match comes out to be B cell positive. HLA antibody screening is class 1, class 2 negative. What's happening here? Because any thoughts? What can be the possibilities?
If it would have been rituximab, then CDC crossmatch would also have been positive. CDC crossmatch is negative, so it cannot be rituximab then. Can you go back to history?
So there can be two possibilities. One is that the HLA antibody screen, which is telling you that it is negative, might be false negative. That is one way of looking at it. Second way of looking at it, so you will have to check whether the donor antigens are represented on your panel. That is one way of looking into it, because you will have to doubt both the tests. You will doubt the flow, is it true positive? You will doubt the HLA antibody screen, is it true negative? Look at it both the ways. Now, HLA antibody screen, how will you confirm that this is true negative? Look at the HLA. Now, this is a screening. Laboratory can always tell us whether we have that HLA antigens covered on the panel or no. Simple. You don't need to spend a lot of money. If they are not covered, then do an SAV. That is one way of confirming. Second is flow cross match. Now it could be retux because there is a big thing here ABO compatible, and people have not, sometimes we do not get history of retux. We run the full test and then it is positive. It is released as positive. In history it is not written. And then I get a call, oh, but this patient had received retux na. मैं बोला बताओ ना. So it is like that. So here it is a non-specific B cell. The CDC was done, but it has not turned out to be positive.
But it should be positive if retux is.
Sometimes, yeah. I don't know how strong or weak. Sometimes you get.
Doesn't come positive always. Flow cross may always
But
come
yes,
positive.
many times both come positive, but I have seen a few times where it doesn't congruently come positive. So this is the non-specific binding of the B cell where retux is causing the false positivity. So once you treat it with pronase, the B cell has turned negative. Okay, so retux is a chimeric monoclonal antibody which will bind to CD20 expressed on the B cells, inducing depletion of B cells. When present in the serum of these patients, this antibody results in a positive cross match. Pronase is a proteolytic enzyme that can remove the Fc receptors from the surface of the B cell, and hence the binding stops. At least up to a month, at least. But it's always best to give a history to the lab, so uphand they will do a pronase cross match.
Actually, if you see how it works is that this rituximab therapy which is there, it is IgG molecule, right? So if you see the half-life of IgG, it is 21 days. So after 21 days, whatever dose you have given will go half. After 21 days, it will go 1/4. So the effect of rituximab can be seen up to 3 to 4 months. So it all depends upon half-life of the
give a
patient.
history so that the lab can do pronase uphand.
But in case there are frequent dialysis that can reduce things.
We have
A little
seen positive reports. So in fact, at a point of time, I was thinking कि सारा flow cross match pronase कर देते हैं. But that becomes too
So-
much. Because there are a few papers we were looking up, me and Suchita, there were a few papers where some centers have switched to pronase flow cross match for all cross matches, saying that it enhanced the sensitivity also. But we found it a little too much, so we are still sticking to that. If the history of retux is there, we will do a pronase. Yes, pronase lyses the cells and causes a false negative also. So you have to titrate it properly. So it's not an easy test. The titration has to be, in fact, we did some 50-60 tubes together to find out at what level you will get a balance.
Now there is a protocol available to remove the
Excess pronase. Okay.
lab protocol is there.
Okay, so this was retux. Fifth case, history of previous transplant 2015, donor being his mother. He had chronic rejection in 2021. History of blood transfusions, March 2021. Working up for a second transplant, which is the case now. I think most of the transplant physicians are seeing patients for second transplant. So you will come across this situation. Now these are the HLA reports we have. CDC cross match, AHG DTT treated, negative. Flow cross match, T cell, B cell, negative. HLA antibody screening is positive, class 1, class 2. SAB class 1, class 2 is positive. You have the HLA typing here. I will just put up the SAB reports. This is the SAB report.
There's something else which is happening.
बताइए क्या लग रहा है?
So there
इधर
are-
नहीं पूछ रही हूँ मैं. कौन सा background? Look at the recipient typing, and if it is giving you antibodies, that means this test has to be repeated again. One, there is a high background. Two, these antibodies are false and it is a product of denaturation or something we have to do. But always take a pointer. Negative control on the test, autoantibodies. Something wrong. Many reports will have this. So when you see this, you just call the lab and say, can you rerun it for us?
So the only concern in this report is
हाँ बराबर है, but if you want, if there is some mismatch and you want to understand ये test तो गलत है.
I think in this case you should have repeated this test again.
Correct, that's what I am saying. Test वापस करना है.
Repeat this test again
SAB,
because you know
SAB.
SAB repeat
Single
because-
antigen bead.
because highest MFI cannot be the background.
He is saying why do only.
No
Because
need.
there's a full match.
Absolutely, you don't have to do it. The only thing is that 52, 140, it's completely matched. So you don't need it.
Many times we see that the recipient HLA is done half and the donor HLA is done. Donor HLA is looked with the SAB and they don't see it as a match. So it's
usually it
important to
comes-
see both the reports
Sometimes
together.
it comes in combination that
हाँ.
those are the times when you find that. But usually sometimes a low positivity is seen and like that, like you have 1, 2, 3, 2
1, 2, 3, 2.
MFI.
Correct.
Such kind of things you can see, but those are because of epitope sharing. Right?
that can be
that
a
can
problem.
be because of epitope sharing, but 8331 is a too high value for epitope sharing. It is
Many
too high
times
value
I
for
see the
auto.
negative control as 2000, 3000. वो भी गलत होता है. मतलब that's why I'm saying that always look at the NC which is given, because
Right.
sometimes if your negative control is only very high तो तुम्हारा ये readings तो negative हो गया ना.
Right.
Okay, so false positive due to antibodies and autoantibodies and antibodies against denatured antigens sometimes. Okay, ये हो गया. Now 35-year-old female, transplant 2007, donor was mother. Transplant workup done in 2007, class 1, class 2 typing of the patient and the donor is available. CDC cross-match at that time was negative. 2021, allograft dysfunction. The kidney has worked enough. Not that it could have still survived, but long time. Post-transplant evaluation, now you have a class 1 which is positive. It was negative before, now it is positive. SAB class 1 positive. These are the reports. Recipient, donor HLA typing, SAB class 1, ये SAB के reports हैं. Could you do a virtual? Okay, which type of typing is this? Correct. So now, can you compare serological typing to a molecular antigen and allele on the SAB? No. For that, you will need the associations to understand whether there is a DSA or no. So, we are facing this situation just now because 15-20 years back, whatever transplants were done, we have ABDR from the serology typing. So sometimes if the donor is still alive, you may want to do a molecular typing and keep, because then it will help you in the future. If this person requires another transplant, at least you know what are the repeat antigens which are going with, say, brother or whoever is giving the next kidney. So you have to be careful. If you have a molecular typing or the DNA stored somewhere, you can get the updated typing and then you can do a virtual cross match. So couldn't identify DSAs because the donor typing is available at serology level. Some antigens are unidentified in the serology typing reports. SAB reports are at antigen and allelic levels with 4 digits. So to perform a virtual cross match, donor's molecular typing with intermediate resolution at least is required. So these are the association tables which are available, which are readily available on the internet. So if you have a serological antigen and then there is a split of those antigen, and then those splits will again have the molecular classification in them. So these are available, but just based on this you can arbitrarily say that yes, there is a DSA or there is no DSA, but it's easier to get a molecular typing to the perfection and treat the patient if required from clinical point of view. Second last case, 49-year-old lady suffering from lupus nephritis and CKD being worked up for living donor transplant, donor being her husband. History of blood transfusions March 2021, history of 2 pregnancies. So sensitized. नहीं, मैंने ऑटो एंटीबॉडीज नहीं डाला इधर. CDC नेगेटिव, फ्लो नेगेटिव, HLA एंटीबॉडी स्क्रीन नेगेटिव. So एक second. So PRA was negative, but the SAB turned positive. Why did we do SAB? Because इतना sensitization history था. High risk तो है, but I am saying to identify the problems here. Here the problem is that your PRA screen has turned negative, but the SAB is positive.
So PRA screen was having those antigens or not?
So that's what I am saying. So we should be careful about it. So reasons for the PRA and the SAB being discrepant. So SAB class 2 is false positive or PRA class 1 is false negative. We have to differentiate between that.
So we have to compare the antigens which are covered.
Correct. So whether there are low titer antibodies which are picked up by SAB and not picked up by PRA, whether there is a non-representation of the HLA allele in the PRA screening kit. So all these points come to my mind when I see that one is positive and one is negative. So SAB result में DQ 0101 and DQ beta. See, this is why I am saying that a complete DQ typing is necessary. Otherwise, how will you identify? You might do an HLA typing with a DP beta and a DQ beta available. Alpha available nahi hai. How will you identify if that is the chain or no? So you need the complete thing. So the detection of DQ alpha 1, 0101 and 0501 antibody was missed in the PRA because it was not representative. That is why it had flagged negative. So it's always important to understand if these alleles are represented on that PRA kit rather than saying that PRA screen is negative and this is a low risk. So if the DQ alpha 1 and this is a DSA, the CDC is negative, you might want to prepare the patient accordingly and go for transplant. Husband is a donor, she has had 2 pregnancies with the same donor. She might be sensitized and she might mount a bigger response post-transplant. If there is another donor in the family, well and good, otherwise prepare them with desensitization and take ahead with a high risk protocol. So 39 years, this is the last case, 39-year-old lady underwent a living donor renal transplant March 2015. Donor is her brother. She has no history of transfusions in the past, chronic rejection in 2021. Now evaluated for second transplant, donor is her mother. All positive, CDC flow, antibody screen positive, SAB positive. This is the recipient and donor typing. These are the SAB reports. If you look at the donor typing and the SAB, virtual negative. But 211 is not represented. So here the physical cross matches CDC and flow are both positive, but the virtual is negative. If you go to see and compare the numbers, you will find that the virtual is negative. So then you will question, is the cross match false positive or is the virtual cross match false negative? Yeah, so the option here is the virtual is false negative. In this case, the donor's mismatched HLA allele is not represented in the SAB kit panel. Now, this is a little bit of an observational study which we did in our lab. 488 consecutive patients referred for HLA typing and SAB analysis in the period of August 2021 to Feb 2024 was studied. Their HLA antigens and alleles were analyzed for representation on the SAB panels. Total of 185 distinct alleles were identified in the study population, and amongst them 66.48% of alleles were represented in the SAB panel A and 64.86 in the SAB panel B. A is one vendor and B is the other vendor. There are 2 kits available, 2 vendors available internationally, and in that, in one kit 66.48 available and in the other kit 64.86 available, but still we have a deficit of 30% to 40%. The unrepresented alleles accounted for 33.51 in SAB panel 1, 62 patients were underrepresented, and 35.13% in SAB panel 2, whereas 25.4% alleles were not represented in both the panels. So whenever we do an SAB, don't rely completely on it. Whenever you do a flow cross match or a CDC, don't rely completely on it. It's always a jigsaw puzzle.
I have one thing. Normally when I look at...
Take the mic, no?
I will still call it virtual positive, ma'am. Because
See,
I will go look at the
I
serological
will look
equivalent
at
for
that,
a virtual.
but if a nephrologist is looking and he
Yes.
says that 0 to 11 is negative, it is not there.
Because I think the laboratory has to interpret the results
Which is
and give a
not
report
done in most
for
of the
consultation.
laboratories. If you see,
Yeah.
just the printout is given. It is
Yes.
left on everyone to interpret what they want to do.
Yes, laboratory has to, that
which
knowledge
is why
should be there.
they should know what they are seeing. See, you and me will say that 02 is a strong antigen. Any allele present on the donor, I will call it as VXM
Because
positive.
for virtual cross match, I use the serological equivalent to look at virtual. I don't take the,
Correct.
what is quoted on that is what is given, that bead identity. But that the epitopes quoted on that, they are shared by all the subset of
So we
A2.
have now started looking at applets in everything to understand if there are applet mismatches and if there are antibody verified applets over there. But then that becomes too much of a detail. So this is just an eye opener that always look at the cross matches, a solid phase and a cell based assay to give you the right immunological risk classification of a patient. It was the last case.
The only thing I would want to add is if you don't have the mother anymore, or if you have someone who had a cadaver transplant and there was no typing done, it is still worthwhile to do a sample from a kidney biopsy, take it in normal saline, send it to the lab, send a serum sample from the recipient as well, so they have the recipient's HLA typing, because now this kidney biopsy will have recipient HLA and donor HLA,
both.
and with that, with SSO, they should be able to see and give you an answer. NGS will not work because NGS is built for only one person's typing, but an SSO with the typing and the tables that they can make, they would be able to exclude the recipient and come up with at least some donor typing for you to be able to analyze and run. So if there is the donor still alive, absolutely take serum sample from them. But if it is not, you can still use kidney biopsy.
EDTA sample.
EDTA sample for
Serum में से कुछ नहीं मिलेगा.
Another important practical thing is to do is, you have the first donor HLA antigens, right? Let us say it is serologic. If those antigens were not present in the recipient and now present in the mother, then you know that she is sensitized. That's a very simple thing to think of. Rather than going for, you can also look at whether those antigens are now present in the second donor.
No, I was talking about someone who has a transplant right now. You have an antibody rejection going on. You have a single antigen bead which is positive, but you don't know if they are donor specific or not. And because you don't have donor typing, either this is a cadaver transplant or there was serological typing and you don't have DQ typing, for example, and you have DQ antibodies. So you don't know if it is donor specific or not, because there is no typing.
So you are talking of the transplant which is being evaluated for allograft.
For an antibody rejection.
I thought you were talking about the second.
Not for a second transplant, but for the current transplant that you have that is currently having an antibody rejection. In that situation, you don't know what to do or which of the MFIs or which of the beads you want to track going forward. So in those situations, you can use.
So can we take the biopsy sample for tissue typing? Is it being done, Ajay? From the biopsy sample doing HLA typing, it's done?
We've done 3-4 of them currently with SRL. Each lab will have to make a protocol on how they would run it. And again, you will probably get some inconsistencies or ambiguities.
That's what I'm saying. Ambiguities will not be perfect.
Both the DNAs, leukocytes will be there from not just leukocytes, but if you are more than a year out, endothelial cells will be all recipient. So many of the blood cells will be recipient. So there will be a lot of ambiguity. But what if you have the recipient current sample and you have that, you should be able to exclude some of
like cell-free DNA.
Significant answers on it. Maybe not 100%, but you'll get significant answers.
Cell-free DNA typing.
I have one question. Suppose you have in class 1 and class 2, you have donor specific antibodies against 2 of the antigens. So for risk evaluation, what we are supposed to do is add the 2. Like 5,000 in B and 5,000 in A. Class 1 risk is 10,000. So risk, I mean, this is one thing which is defined in the BSHI guidelines. This I just wanted to make a point. Like you cannot say that whichever is higher is the one. because class 1 functionally, whether it is A, B or C, function is same. A and B, especially in solid organs, they are significant. So for, suppose my institution has a risk, it takes a risk up to 7,000 MFI, let us say. They have a protocol which can address that. They are supposed to add cumulative MFIs of the two antigens, and that is taken as the risk
With that 10,000, if your flow is negative, you will still take a high risk and you might take a judgmental call that, okay, I can go ahead with a transplant for this. But if the flow is positive and whatever may be the MFI, then I may think that, no, I don't want to give this.
Yeah, but people have. No, it depends on
what you want to do.
Depends on the institutional protocol.
I'm sure tomorrow we'll hear from Dr. Stanley Jordan that he's done CDC cross-match.
Correct, he has done so positive patients.
So the question is, what are you comfortable
What do you want to do
what
with
do you
this
think you
patient
can
is
see
your
with it?
choice.
That is a clinical protocol.
Okay, done for the day.
Done for the day. So I hope you have found this workshops useful. In the same way, tomorrow, normally we don't get an exposure to this basic laboratory testing. So in the same way, tomorrow we have an infectious disease workshop, and I hope you'll take advantage of that workshop also. And then we have a conference starting from 1 p.m. Thank you.